次はどこに行くんだ。いいゆえの名所を巡りたいならいい案がいくつかあるぞ。
Hey Anna, welcome back. Who's the wife on the top right of the screen? Underneath my webcam, that would be, well, her name is Tess. Tess. She's from a gacha called Snowbreak Containment Zone. A pretty simple name, just Tess. She has huge tits, and that's why I like her. Hey, Brett over on YouTube chat. Hey, Zine. How am I doing, man? I'm doing alright. As alright as I can be. What we doing in Genshin? Just questing. Trying to farm as much primos as we can to prep for Arlecchino, because now she's only 3 weeks away now that we have Neuvillette's and Kazuha's banners. So, she's getting closer and closer, that's for sure. McDonald ad. Yeah, they've been pushing a lot of those, McDonald's been pushing a lot of those, like, anime ads. I've been seeing some of those lately. I think for the past couple of weeks, I think. Next week is live stream. Should be. Either next week or the week after that. But probably next week. Because, yeah, they usually have like a 2-week difference between like when they drip market stuff and when the new client actually comes out. So yeah, it sounds about right. Hey Valeric, welcome back. Hey Mojave, how you doing? Welcome back everybody. Been a couple days since I last streamed. Had IRL shit to take care of. But we back. Probably be streaming every day for the next couple at least. So looking forward to it. Tell you the interviews going well? No, all the interviews that I've done so far have kind of fallen through. Either they've most of them have just straight up ghosted me, which at this point that's kind of to be expected now. I suppose that's how most interviews go these days. A few of them have just straight up told me, yeah, no, we don't feel like you're the best fit for our current position, so yeah, sorry. I may prefer that, so that way, you know, I have an actual answer, but no, so far all the interviews have kind of gone down the shitter. Managed to get Lulich's like him. Hey, congrats, Hannah. Glad to hear that. You like how most of the character trials are just Xiangling trials? True. Cause like Xiangling's been in Xiangling was in both Neuvillette's and Kazua's trials, I believe, right? I don't think we had a Xiangling for Xingqiu. Kind of strange considering most people just use those two together. Maybe Xingqiu did have a Xiangling. Maybe I'm confusing that because I just did Yanfei's, and Yanfei had Xingqiu. Obviously, you can see his swords, but maybe not Xiangling. I mean, honestly, I like how they started including Bennett in there too. Bennett and Xiangling. It's like MiHoYo's like, yeah, whatever, fuck it. Just throw those two into trials. Not like we care anymore. Hey, Fallout Alchemist. Hey, first sword kill. Welcome back. Going through that struggle right now as well. Trying to get a summer internship. Yeah, best of luck with that, my man. Hopefully you have better luck than I do, or than I have so far. Let's see. I don't think I've done my weeklies yet. I don't think. So we go ahead and do my weeklies for Let Battle Pass. Oh, I also have to do the solid structure shattering whatever. Or the Great Phase Reaction Debate event. I think that ends today. Haven't done it yet. Let's see. Weekly stuff. Yeah, still gotta do my weekly bounties and shit. What roles are you interviewing for? Basically, glorified office jobs, more or less. I mean, bro, in my era, just getting like a fucking supermarket cashier job or like a clerk job is fucking hard. Cause like half the places I applied to, like, oh, they're like, oh, you know, apply online and shit like that. But like half of those places' websites don't even fucking work. Like there's some fucking website glitch or bug that's like, oh, sorry, you can't submit your application for some reason, for some stupid fucking retarded reason. And for the other half that do go through, it's either, oh, I get ghosted, I get ghosted still, or yeah, I just get ghosted. He's like, yeah, I just get ghosted. He's like, well, shit. Not sure what I'm supposed to do at that point. But like normally the positions that that I'm trying to interview for are mainly for like office jobs that are kind of like what I used to do back last year when I still had my old job. Oops, didn't do that. No hydro damage. If you have a college degree, you'll get ghosted for retail jobs. I suppose in that context that makes a lot more sense, but Pocket missed her flight. Did she miss her flight going to Japan? Because wasn't she going to Japan? I don't think that's a secret, is it? Glad the 2.1 story was kind of meh. I was expecting it to be meh, but I'm seeing a lot of people on Twitter be, oh my god, it's so good, blah blah blah. I still need to make, I'm planning to make a video called, like, saying that Panakini Story and Star Rail is mid. I meant to make that video last week, before 2.1 dropped, but shit got in the way, I wasn't able to do that. I'll most likely try to get it out later this week, but yeah. I plan to give that video a disclaimer that I haven't read 2.1 yet, and that I'm hearing a lot of people say on Twitter that, oh yeah, 2.1 story is really, really good, and I'm just like, okay, well, I'll see for myself when I actually read it on stream. But yeah, I'm just kind of expecting more of the same from 2.0. But yeah, we'll see. Hey Ken, welcome back. Got 2 free units, Conviction and U official from the April Fools. Counts 2 low level to do the DOS event though, trying to stay strong and not pulled for Inez or Chubai. Oh yeah, for Arc Knights, yeah. And yeah, best of luck with that, my man. You were spoiled a little bit from YouTube. Like I always say, if you care about story spoilers for like a popular medium or popular media, like I don't know, fucking Star Rail or something like that, then you should avoid the internet at all costs. Only use the internet for things that you absolutely have to. Like avoid social media at all costs, at least until you can finish reading whatever or watching whatever it is that you want to avoid spoilers for. Like, sorry that it happened, but like there are things that you can do to make sure that doesn't happen, or at least minimize the chances of you getting spoiled. Actually, let me check Pocket's Twitter. I actually never visited Pocket's Twitter account before. I assume Pocket has a Twitter. Yeah, this is her Twitter account. Let's see. No, she didn't. No, she's in Japan. Yeah, that's her last tweet, March 31st. It seems like she made it just fine. I don't see there wasn't a tweet from her saying that she missed her flight or anything, so I don't know if I don't know where you heard that from. Maybe your Discord or something, I don't know. On our Discord, yeah, figures. There you go then. Lost Spell 6 being so good kind of makes everything else feel mediocre. Exactly. That's what that's honestly our problems as FGO players. Literally, once you play FGO, literally like, or once you read FGO story, it's like, well, what other good story is there? Every other gacha story seems trash in comparison. It's like, Nasu set the fucking bar too high, man. I mean, not only that, but honestly, it's not like Lost Spell 6 was like perfect either. Like I've got a couple of issues with the Lost Spell 6 story. So it's by no means is it perfect either. But like compared to everything else that I've seen as far as, you know, gacha games can offer in terms of story, it's like nothing even comes close, man. It's kind of normal for you? Okay. Well, as long as you're not terribly annoyed by that. Have you tried the Stellar Blade demo? Not really. No. I don't plan on trying it either. I don't usually play regular games that aren't. I don't usually play games that aren't gacha games these days. Either gacha games or like games that my IRL buddies want me to hop on, like Helldivers or something. Because right now my time is occupied by gacha games, looking for jobs, interviewing for jobs, and making videos for the YouTube channel or streaming. So I really don't have time for regular games anymore. Next event in Arknights is Texas Alter event. The Texas Alter rerun event. Not sure. Did they announce it on their Twitter? On their official Twitter? I mean, if so, that's good because that gives you time to save up a rundum for Virtuosa. Well, not Virtuosa. I prefer Viviana. Have we gotten all the requests done? Yeah. Alright, let's go clear out Abyss real quick. Yeah, you now have 3 weeks to roll for a Neuvillette. Or 3 weeks of Neuvillette tempting you. While you're saving for Arlecchino. The bait banners. The bait banners are real. The bait banners. The bait banners. Hey, Al Barbecue, welcome back. Hey, Andrew, welcome back. Congrats on your Star Rail PS5 account. Hey, Nebula Slayer, welcome back. There, you're gonna grab Welt from your free standard, and hopefully, because he's so cool. Yeah, Welt's a badass, man. For real, for real. You're on the fence of giving Neuvillette, on getting Neuvillette's catalyst. Is it a good idea? I mean, if you're a Neuvillette main, and if you have Neuvillette, I would argue you should be a Neuvillette main. The answer would be yes. Off the top of my head, I'm not aware of a lot of other like really good catalysts that he has access to. I'm sure he has other options that he could use, but like, you know, five star weapons kind of go hard, you know. I could back out of this once I'm done with the floor, whatever the fuck this is. I could back out real quick and we can take a look at what other sorts of options he does have. No. Huh. I used Neuvillette's skill and yet he didn't actually pick up any of his droplets. So his own weapon is 88% crit damage. That's pretty fucking good. Gives him extra HP, and then it has the Fontanian synergy effect. Technically, this isn't that impressive now that I think about it. I mean, the most impressive part is the fact that it gives him 88% crit damage. So, like, that's extremely useful for stat building, obviously. But, like, the energy part doesn't really matter, because I think he has a 60 cost, no, 70, so, but you can fix that. Or you can make up for that by having like a really high ER stat on him, because like my Neuvillette only has 18%. He gets his ult just fine. So I would say like 30% ER would be okay to make up for not having his weapons ER stat. Like at least 20% probably. It feels like Neuvillette doesn't have any trouble generating energy particles, so you don't need to worry about that. I guess the charge attack damage is really nice because that would be a separate damage multiplier. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably the biggest thing that you'll probably miss out on. But as for like other substitutes, I know this is HP percent, but like I don't think the passive like really matches Neuvillette's playstyle of being a DPS. Restores energy, gains elemental damage bonus for corresponding elemental type up to 12%. Primordial Jade Regalia, blah blah blah. I mean, the effects do make sense, but obviously they're not really geared for... They're not ideal for a DPS like Neuvillette. Like, at least compared to what his own catalyst does. I mean, because he scales off of HP, what you'd really be looking for are HP, crit rate, or crit damage. Let's see. The Black Cliff set is not great because it gives attack percent, and obviously Neuvillette doesn't care about that. Prototype Amber, blah blah blah. That's more of a support weapon, so not the greatest. Let's see. Solar Pearl, Neuvillette uses charge attacks, so not great. Maybe you could even use the Elemental Mastery catalyst now that I think about it. If you want to run Neuvillette on reaction teams. Maybe like Reverse Vape or something. Let's see, Witsith. I mean, the elemental damage buff and the EM buffs are pretty useful, but if you get the attack buff, then you're fucked. So, not sure how well that would work. Let's see. Actually, Sacrificial Jade is the BP catalyst, from the new set. Maybe this might actually do something. When not on the field for more than 5 seconds, max HP will be increased by 32%. And EM will be increased by 40. Effects will be cancelled after the field wielder has been out on the field for 10 seconds. Actually, this should work because you need to have you need to just have Neuvillette's a main DPS, so usually you have him out last on your rotation anyway. So the not being on the field for 5 seconds shouldn't be that big of a deal. You just need to keep track of how long he's been out there for, I suppose. The max HP increase is nice, and of course the EM buff is nice too. And then effects will be cancelled after the wielder's been out on the field for 10 seconds. Neuvillette's charge attack doesn't last for 10 seconds. Actually, I don't remember how long it lasts for. His full charge attack. It probably lasts for about 3 or 4 seconds. I think usually by the time your rotation is fully expired, Neuvillette can probably get off 2 full charge attacks, and that shouldn't be no more than 10 seconds. So yeah, if you play it right, Sack Jade should probably be his like 4-star equivalent or his 4-star alternative. But it is Battle Pass, so it's not exactly free to play. BP Catalyst at R5 is almost the same as R1 signature. Oh, that's good to know. So yeah, I suppose he at least has a 4-star option in Sack Jade, but again, need to keep in mind his your rotations for sure. But yeah, other than that, like, I don't know what other catalysts he would really want. Yeah. So yeah, just off the merit of Neuvillette not having a lot of other great catalyst options, you might want to go for Neuvillette's weapon if you can. If you're willing to sacrifice the primo gems for it, but that'll be up to you. Hey Malice, welcome back. How's it going?
Right, welcome home.
Alright, back to Spiral Abyss. Thanks for the advice. Yeah, so yeah, either if you're a BP gamer, you have an option in Sack Jade, but if you don't, then it's either you go for his weapon or you may have to settle for an elemental mastery catalyst, because we don't have too many, if any at all, like free-to-play HP scaling catalysts, which is unfortunate. Because yeah, other than Sack Jade and his signature, I actually don't know what other catalyst he might actually like work really well with. That's kind of the issue. We'll run Geo Boys with plus Chiori again. Amber isn't too bad. Oh, is Amber not that bad either? Okay. At least Amber should be free to play, because I believe you can just forge it. You think in gacha games, as long as story is decent, that's good enough, gameplay, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, ultimately, yeah. Since gacha games are games at the end of the day, yeah, as long as the story is okay. As long as the story isn't, like, obscenely bad. And like, even though I might think Star Rail's story is mid, that doesn't mean that it's, yeah, I'm trying to say that it's bad. And if most other people enjoy it, then that's what ultimately should only matter. I'm only one guy. And obviously most other people don't have the perspective of playing fucking 10 different other gacha games. So, you know, let them live, you know. But yeah, no, you're right. As long as the story is decent and good enough, that's all that matters. Have you heard of Knights of Verda? I want to say that sounds familiar. Like, I've heard it from somewhere, but I can't pinpoint exactly where. You hate floor 12-3? Ooh. Does Abyss have something exciting for me to play finally? Aventurine has Gepard's ult on his skill. That's wild. Gepard's ult on his skill. Oh yeah, because of his stackable shields. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, Aventurine's going to power creep Gepard pretty fucking hard. Like, if there's any sign of power creep in Star Rail, it would be that, honestly. Because like, once we have Aventurine, there's literally no reason to run Gepard anymore. I wouldn't think. Because like, Aventurine should do everything Gepard does, on top of give your team extra utility. Because the only extra utility that Gepard will bring to his team is either his occasional freeze whenever he uses his skill, and whatever ornament set he has, if it's a support ornament set. But Aventurine, minus the, obviously he can't freeze people, but he can do everything else, and then some. So, ripping pepperonis Gepard, I guess. That's a power creep if you've ever seen one. Yeah, for real, for real. You're late is C1 over weapon? Who, Neuvillette? What was Neuvillette's C1 again? Honestly, Neuvillette is so busted, he doesn't need constellations. Because my Neuvillette is C0 and I have I failed to see what kind of problem he has. So, and not only that, but I think somebody in my Twitch chat, well not think, somebody in my Twitch chat did ask me like, about like, oh, should I roll for his weapon or something? And I was like, yeah, you might as well, you know? So for Neuvillette, I would tentatively say go for his signature over C1. If you're willing to try your luck in weapon banner. For Genshin, that is. Oops, wrong. Ow. You hate the plunge boss? Oh, it's still the same one? Yeah, the plunge boss can be annoying. But yeah, just bring Geo characters and shut his ass down. Oh wait, nobody has Geo characters, because who on earth in their right mind would ever run Geo teams in Genshin Impact, right? Any wishes for the secret anniversary gift in Star Rail? There's a secret anniversary gift? Well, first time I'm hearing about that. I mean, if I had my way, then a free permanent 5-star for everybody. But you know, they're probably not gonna do that. Knights of Vita flopped. How do you have worse rates than Hoyoverse? Oh, there are other gacha games out there that have really shitty rates. Don't you worry. Like Hoyoverse gacha rates are trash, sure, but like I'm sure there are plenty of other gacha games out there that you've never heard of that have god awful rates that are even somehow even worse than like whatever the fuck Hoyoverse puts out. Like, don't you worry, I'm sure they're out there. Let's see, we'll run Mono, Pyro, Dehya. And then we'll just run the Chiori Geo team as usual. But for hardest content in... Oh, sorry about that, Hannah. It's this. Let's see. Let's take a look. New gifts are expected to be given during Star Rail's first anniversary. Okay, gotcha. But for hardest content in the game, most important thing is clearing everything as fast as possible. I mean, yeah, same thing with Genshin too. Defensive utility aside, does Venturing bring everything else to the table? He has his own follow-up attack. So if you want him to, you can gear him for damage as well. Not only that, but his ultimate puts a debuff where it increases the amount of crit damage and his target takes. So technically he buffs the team's crit damage just against one enemy in particular. Yeah, Automod. Automod can be wonky sometimes. Hey, Avenim, how's it going, man? Welcome back. And yeah, hopefully the same to you too, man. Thanks for the kind words. Geo is yellow physical, almost, yeah. It's not quite as bad as physical is, but you know, it's down there, unfortunately. You lack a really good sustain for your second team in MOC. Yeah, Venturing might be able to do it, or he might be able to fill that role for you of having a second really good sustain, or a sustain for your a really good sustain for your second team. Genshin's story has been pretty great while Star Rail is all over the place. I mean, Genshin's story hasn't always been that good either. Like, allow me to kindly remind you the debacle that was Inazuma, most of Inazuma's story, especially when it got to the Watatsumi arc. Because again, Kokomi shows up and she promptly proceeds to do nothing. It's like, oh, cool. All right. Like, don't tell me you've forgotten how oddly mediocre Inazuma's story was.
してあげるわ。
You got Acheron when you wanted to lose the 50-50 for Firefly. I don't know when you should be. I don't know when we should expect Firefly to show up, to be honest. So I would say that you've got plenty of time personally, but I don't know. I wonder if there's a way to get them all grouped up together real quick. Or quickly, I should say. Oops. Wasted Dehia's ult, didn't realize that one was still close to death. Boom. Okay, and this is now 12 or 12. Floor 12, right? Okay. We'll run Mono Geo plus Chiori, or Chiori Mono Geo like before. And then, for first half... Let's see... This feels like a Hydra team, but we gotta deal with, Let's see. Oh no, that's right, we can just run, Super Bloom here, that's right. Say hello to my little friend. Ow. Attack percent. Inazuma was fine until they rushed they rushed Arc 3, the Civil War arc, or whatever the third arc ended up being. But after Inazuma, we've been eating good. Stara had the entire Luofu as a stain. Yeah, but you have to understand that the Shenzhou Luofu chapter, while I agree it was kind of all over the place, at least from a foreigner's perspective, I think the start of Shenzhou Luofu was fine, but then, like, once you got halfway in, like, that's when things just started becoming like, what's going on here? Like, it started becoming hard to follow. So I mean, in that sense, at least in my opinion, like, the vibe of both Shenzhou Luofu and Inazuma were kinda the same, because like at some point, both those chapters were, both those stories had their how would I say this? They had their points where once you got to it and got past it, you're like, what on earth is going on? Like, something's not adding up here. Or like, I should say the quality of the story just kind of dropped off a cliff for one reason or another. So for me, they were both roughly the same in terms of experience, because for me it's just like, once I noticed that the story just kind of like it either became hard to follow, or like, why did they just ignore the entire Civil War part of the story in Inazuma? That's why I just stopped giving a shit. So like, the stories from that point forward just kind of, I don't really care. Hey Aaron Lou, welcome back, man. And hey Not Something, welcome back. And not only that, but Star Rail doesn't have a lot of story to begin with, because it's barely only a year old too. Genshin's what, 3 going on 4 years old this year? So like, yeah, they should have better stories. I know that doesn't sound very right from a grammar perspective, but like, Genshin has less than an excuse to have shitty story chapters. And thank God they don't. Because, yeah, you're right. Sumeru and Fontaine's stories have overall been good by Genshin standards, I suppose. Or, at the very least, from my point of view, there's nothing terribly wrong with them. And so long as the stories are decent, I suppose that's all that we can ask for. I'd also like to point out that even though I didn't like the Xianzhou Luofu chapter in Star Rail, I would imagine that's because I'm not Chinese. Most foreigners aren't. So we might not understand what happened to the Xianzhou Luofu chapter, but if the Chinese players perfectly enjoyed it, if they thought it was fine, then our opinions kind of don't really matter. Because, like, I mean, obviously the Shenzhou Luofu chapter is a Chinese-based chapter. And so I'm sure there's a ton of, like, Chinese cultural references in there that us foreigners just will not understand. Unless the Chinese players hated it too, then whatever. Mihoyo can go fuck themselves, I guess. But yeah, kind of hard to compare like the overall vibe, like the overall vibes of like stories from two different games, even though they are from the same company. But I mean, criticism where criticism is due. It would seem the Chinese equivalent areas that would seem to be a bad part of the game. What specific with Star Rail, sure, but again, that's just from our foreigner perspective. Again, maybe if the Chinese players didn't mind it, if they thought it was okay, then whatever. Finally got Acheron, and should you go for a light cone? Can you skip it for her? If you can, go for a light cone, but since you've already spent so many rolls, I don't know if you're willing to go for her light cone right after that. But I will tell you that Acheron is probably the 5-star character in the game that's most reliant on her signature. Because I'm gonna put out an Acheron guide later, hopefully this week, hopefully. But I'll just tell you right here, right now, the reason why Acheron's light cone is hilariously busted on her is because of the way Acheron's ult works. Because she doesn't have a standard energy system, there's nothing you can do in the game, there's nothing you can do in the game to speed up the rate at which Acheron gets her ultimate, and that's where she's getting most of her damage from, except through her gacha light cone. Like, think of her gacha light cone as having a free energy regen rope built into it that Acheron doesn't actually have to equip. If she has her gacha light cone, if she has her signature. That's one of the downsides of Acheron having a non-standard energy system, because that means that her having energy regen ropes doesn't mean anything for her. It doesn't do anything. Like charge skills, like the ones that like Huohuo has or Tingyan has, they don't matter on her either. Like you can try using Tingyan's ult on Acheron, and it won't give her charge. Like, she doesn't care. Like, she'll still get the damage buff, sure, but no charge. Not only that, but Acheron doesn't really care about damage buffs either, because she already gives herself plenty of those already. She really wants attack buffs, though. So yeah, her gacha light cone is basically the only way for Acheron to gain her ult faster, and she gains her ult hilariously faster if she does, compared to if she doesn't have her signature. So, very strong case to be made for rolling for Acheron's light cone. Like, I'm sure she'll work with other light cones too, especially when we get that new 4-star light cone that actually gives Nihility characters more crit stats. But they're not going to be anywhere near as good as her own signature, unfortunately. It was a Three Kingdoms showcase. I'm not terribly familiar with Chinese, like either ancient or medieval Chinese folklore, or do I even call it mythology? So yeah, you're a better expert on that than I am. So if you say that it was meant to be like a Three Kingdoms reference, then I'll go with that. But yeah, I'll agree that the execution wasn't quite on point. Yeah. Did you see Peko Mom's debut? I heard about it. I didn't actually watch it myself, though. I was probably busy doing something else. Either that, or I was knocked out, fucking sleeping. I've been seeing the fan art though. They've been pretty good. Hey, Hinamakura, welcome back. Alu.
これこそが知恵の伝道ご助力を芽生えよ
Alu.
はびこれはっこのダンスあなたにやっはっほっやっえはっやっことを学ぶことはやはり君だ私のお家にいらっしゃい
Ow.
静かに干渉するという
Ow.
さあご安心をそれを見逃さないで海のちぎりよせいおっはっ驚かせてしまったはっめんどくさい
Just woke up from a much needed nap. A nap would sound mighty nice for me right about now too. I'm not gonna lie.
絹のような弱さねそこ
隙ありやはっせはっふっはっ岩山八九はいざ神軍天道ここにある酒せへはっ隙あり剣女盤石と創世の術異形を見届ける強行神軍
ファッションは私が提起する
Also, certain. Oh yeah, Pomo's back. Yeah. I assume Pomu is now officially joining Vshoujo. Streamer man, what's Acheron's crit rate to damage ratio you've seen from 1.2 to 1.4? My Acheron is built for the 1.4. Yeah. I think even for free-to-play Acherons, you can get away with trying to stack as much crit damage on Acheron as possible. The reason why is because Acheron can use the Pioneer set, which will give her more crit rate, and she can use the new Izumo Gensei set, which gives her more crit rate as well. And those aren't factored in into your base stats, into Acheron's base stats. So, assuming that your Acheron has 4-piece Pioneer and 2-piece Izumo Gensei, that's like an extra, I don't know, 16% right there? Maybe 20%? So, yeah. Like, it's better if your Acheron has 50, the 1 to 4 crit rate, crit CRCD ratio. But if your ratios include the crit stats from, what is it, from your ornament and relic sets, then maybe the 1 to 2 CRCD ratios might be better. Maybe. But personally, I run my Acheron on the 1 to 4 CRCD ratio. Because I think, let me actually check my Acheron real quick. Because my Acheron should have like 46. Yeah, 46 CR, 220 CD. And because my Acheron has 4-piece Pioneer and 2-piece Izumo Gensei, she should be getting an extra 4, technically 8% off 4-piece Pioneer. And then another 12% from Izumo Gensei. So yeah, that should give her 20% extra crit rate right there. So in reality, my Acheron has 66% CR. And then if I want to boost that even higher, I can give her somebody like Fushun that for an extra 12%. taking a little bit. I'll retry that. Nah, she went back? What do you mean? Let's see. Pomo says she's not joining Bishoujo. Okay. They'll be friends, but she won't actually join them. Fair enough. And then okay, this is just her return stream. Gotcha. Oh, Narissa's playing Mario Kart with her sister, I think. What do you think a Crit Kafka? Do you think Crit Kafka would be good for auto farming? With ER rope? I mean, I'll be real with you, Hinamakura. Auto farming in Star Rail is super fucking easy. It should not take your characters that long. This isn't FGO or like other farming games, or like you actually need to pay attention to like your farming teams or whatever. In Star Rail, like farming regular shit like relics or like calyx flowers, like those shouldn't take a long time. Like if you're just breaking into the territory of like farming like the level 6 calyx flowers or like the level 5 or level 6 or whatever the highest difficulty level is, relic caverns, then maybe, because I remember last year when Star Rail first came out that I couldn't quite auto like the relic caverns yet, because the enemies were still a little bit too tough for that. But then like within like I don't know, 3 to 4 months, like we were all like able to auto farm all like the top difficulty like calyx flowers and shit like that. And your characters don't really need to be that geared. So, honestly, Hinamakura, like, it doesn't matter what you run your Kafka as. Crit, standard, doesn't matter. As long as your Kafka has the proper stats, like attack percent and shit like that, like that should be more than enough. Like, the enemies themselves, most of them are not that strong. You don't use Baiju in your Nilo Bloom teams? No, this is my standard Bloom team right here. Okay, much better. There we go. But no, I don't really use Baiju at all. I think I've used it a couple times before, but I much prefer Dendro Traveler.
今こそ誕生の時。
キルのような弱さね。
Oh, that's funny. I can use Albedo's elevator thing to still hit the boss.
スキャリ、いざ。岩山八血人、先生こちて進軍。冥王形成。はっと。
Oh, moved over here.
天道万象。
紅に染まって散りなさい。
Okay.
手伝って。
酒。血人。強行。剣女盤石。創世の術。
Hey, Demo Metallica, how's it going, man? Welcome to the stream.
手をつなぎましょう。知識はあなたにもご助力を。信頼感度。いくよ。はっ。見逃さないでね。深海の加護。はっ。せい。はっ。せい。はっ。せい。失速です。ふっ。やっと。ご覧の憩い。私のお家にいらっ。はっ。せっ。はっ。はっ。さあ踊るよ。それ。波の花が急に舞いよ。はっ。あれ狂いなさい。
Oh, you're coming over from Twitch? Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think I recognize your name. But yeah, it feels so weird not to use like Pog or OKH. I know that YouTube chat, I know 7TV's made an extension for YouTube chat. So if you have that extension, you can see whenever people type stuff like, you know, Pog or like Poggers or whatever. But not a lot of... The problem with the 7TV extension on YouTube streams is that nobody knows that it's possible, or most people don't know that it's possible. Because yeah, most YouTube chatters aren't familiar with Twitch culture or like 7TV emote extensions, so they just don't know that they exist. And not to mention, just from my observations of watching like YouTube streams, like VTubers who primarily stream on YouTube versus VTubers who stream on Twitch, or just Twitch streams in general. A lot of time, like a lot of people who watch exclusively YouTube streams, I've seen them say in chat that yeah, like the whole like emote spam culture of Twitch really turns them off, and they really don't like it. Like it's one of their main reasons why they prefer watching streams on YouTube, because they can actually read what the fuck chat is saying, which I find ironic because a lot of VTubers stream on YouTube have very emote spammy chats to begin with. So I suppose maybe their issue is that they don't like how you need to download like a whole fucking third-party extension just to see the emotes, and that they're not like they're not, you know, available for everybody by default. So I don't know. Huh? Why didn't my oh, that's right, my Chiori didn't have her fucking skill on cooldown. That's why. There we go. I was about to say, like, what the fuck? Where'd my quick swap go? There we go. Yep. Chiori Mono Geo kind of just completely shreds that that boss. Love to see it. Yeah, exactly, like Kek W and stuff. Any thoughts on Limbus or other gacha games based on niche franchises or maybe even OG? In a different timeline, if I still had my old job or if I had a job that paid well enough, then yeah, I would have most definitely picked up other games like Limbus Company because I've heard good things about it. Reverse 1999 was another one that I would have liked to try. Hell, maybe since I play Ether Gazer and Fobmaster was like, why don't you play PGR? I probably would have picked up PGR too at this point, just to see how it's like. Especially now that Wuthering Waves is coming out in about a month and a half, right? So yeah, I would have definitely picked up other gacha games, or at least tried them, to see how much I like them. But unfortunately, as it is now, no. Unless I can, like, make it as a full-time gacha streamer / content creator, but I don't know, man. That dream is still kind of far off at the moment. But ordinarily, yes, I would be open to the idea of trying those games out. Hoyo is kind of too eager to showcase their mythology, which is fine. It's just executed poorly. I mean, Chinese companies, so yeah, what did you expect? But yeah, execution could have been much better. And like considering that, you know, MiHoYo is trying to market their games for like a more global audience, it would also have been nice if like they could have put like a lot of syntax into like especially the Chinese chapters. Because like there's obviously a lot of like Chinese nuances there that foreigners just aren't gonna understand. So even though I'm sure it's gonna be hard, it would be hard to explain all those nuances. At least they should have tried. But I don't know. Think Pomu's stalling for more hollow recruits for EN Gen 4. Personally, I don't know how likely it is for Pomu to join Hollow EN. Personally, I don't think that's gonna happen. Because we know Cover loves playing things extremely safe. They're not going to risk hiring an ex Niji Sanji VTuber. Cause they gotta know the fucking fallout that happened after Selen got fucking kicked out. They gotta know. So I wouldn't think that Cover would touch Pomu with like, you know, they wouldn't touch her with a 12-foot pole, basically. So personally, I predict that Pomu is just going to ride it out as an indie, which I'm sure she can. Once the news that she's coming back as, I mean, it's not once the news circulates, people already know. I mean, fucking Nina, aka Matara, already teased that shit. I think a day ago, 2 days ago, or something like that. So yeah, people already know. So yeah, Pomu can survive easily as an indie. Just like how Selen is, though to a lesser degree, obviously. But I'm sure she'll be fine. So she doesn't need to join a corpo now. Wish Star Rail had more stamina refill options like FGO's apples. Yeah, that would be nice. It's kind of a problem with Star Rail, especially because mid-game Star Rail is fucking bullshit. It's fucking hell. Because mid-game Star Rail, you need to level up so many characters at once. Like, and yeah, farming in Star Rail is pretty fucking easy, but you just need so many materials, kind of like an FGO. So it's like, oh my god, you need everything. Fucking Lycone XP, character XP, trace materials, credits, all that bullshit. And you're oftentimes like leveling 2 or 3 characters at once, maybe even 4, because you're trying to prep for MOC in mid game, and so that's when you should start developing like your 2 teams for MOC, which means that you're gonna be leveling up like multiple characters at once, or like investing into multiple characters at once. And like, let's not even get started on relics too. Oh my god. By the way, oh sorry Andrew for not getting to your comment. You have Acheron on PS5. Which character should you slot in your current team? With MC, Acheron, Gepard, Pell, but you're torn between Gepard or Bronya. Probably go with Bronya. Bronya for more offensive firepower. If you want to stall out a team, then you can replace Bronya with Gepard. That's fine. Most of the time, I would recommend Bronya over Gepard because Gepard doesn't really offer you any more utility other than the shields and maybe the occasional freeze. Bronya, I would imagine, is far better. But again, if you have a battle where you just need to stall, like against the weekly boss Space Bug, all the way down at the bottom of the Herta space station. If you're fighting his ass, then actually, yeah, running Gepard as a sustain would actually be the better choice there, unless you're Acheron, unless your team is so strong that you can just blast the Space Bug before it does anything. Or before it can really ramp up its damage, but you're not there yet, so... So, yeah. So, yeah, I would recommend Bronya, but keep Gepard in your back pocket just in case you need sustain. Or if you need to go with the more sustain route. You did it you just needed Geo on the god. Yeah, the robot on 12.3 that I just did, like, 10 minutes ago. You either run Geo or you run Plunge. Yeah, because the robot is weak to both. Because remember in Genshin, Geo works a little bit differently when it comes to enemies that have Geo shields. Because remember that Geo slimes, they technically have Geo shields, but Geo is the only element in the game where if an enemy has a shield and it's Geo, you can use Geo to break their shield. So Geo is the only element in the game that works like that. Like, all other elements where, you know, an enemy has a shield, like a cryo shield or a hydro shield or whatever, if you try using the same element against them, it doesn't work. Because they're immune to it. But Geo enemies, no. They're not immune to it. Matter of fact, Geo is the best element to use against Geo shields. And because the enemy on the boss on 12.3 has a Geo shield, you just use Geo against it. And you just burn through its shield super, super fast. And not have to worry about Plunge at all. It's either... Actually, technically, it would have 3 weaknesses, because I think Claymores bring down the shield pretty well, too. I don't know how fast it does it. I don't know how efficiently it does it. But it is an option. I know that much. So, it's Plunge... Your options are Plunge, Geo, or Claymore users. So, take your pick. Either take a pick or, like, mix and match. Take, like, 2 of them or something. But yeah, I prefer running Geo because, you know, if you have access to Geo teams, because you're weird like that, they're the most convenient. Personally, I think Chiori is amazing against the 12.3 boss. I mean, it's the reason why, you know, Chiori was in the game. Or the reason why Chiori was on Raida for the past 3 weeks. How many days does the ReZero banner have in Nikkei? Another week, I think. Let me check the banners for you. Yeah, another week on both Emilia and Rem. So, one more week, my dude. Also, how much storage does Nikkei have on phones? That's a good question. Let me check, because I actually do have Nikkei on my phone. Let me pull up my phone's storage here and get you that answer. Let's see here. They go to settings. It's probably stored. There's a store. I know there's a storage button here somewhere. Where art thou storage? I wonder if it's in my files tab. Let's see. Yeah, probably. Internal storage, maybe? No, that can't be it. SD card? No, that's not it. No, my files is probably something separate. Where the fuck? Okay, here it is. Storage. Alright, storage, let's see. More. How much space does Nikkei take up? Oh no, these are just unused apps. What the f... apps. Yeah, here we go.
を堪能しようとした。
Alright, there we go. Nikkei, huh, that's surprising. Nikkei only takes up 7.57 gigs. I thought it would take up more considering how fancy its fucking animations are. That's very surprising. I didn't know that. Hell, Ether Gazer takes up more space than Nikkei does by an order of magnitude of 2. Jesus. Or Ether Gaze is almost twice as big as Nikkei in terms of storage size.
慌てる必要はない。
What the hell? That's pretty impressive. Damn, Nikkei has some pretty fucking tight optimization, huh? So yeah, there's your answer. Only 7.5 gigs. And hey, that's not bad for a game like Nikkei, I'm gonna tell you what. At least as of its current you know, client version. Obviously, it'll grow in size with time, but as of right now, yeah, it's only 7.5 gigs. At least on my phone. Maybe it can be different for other people depending on like how many files you download. Gotta get REM. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of ReZero fans are gonna get baited into have gotten baited into trying out Nikkei. But best of luck with you, man. Hopefully you get REM quickly. Relics truly are the biggest time sink artifacts and relics. Yeah. Fuck MiHoYo.
悠々とまた。
Currently in mid-game yourself and it's literal torture like how I described it. Yup. Hey man, I went through that myself. And I consider myself lucky because that back then I was able to I was still able to like whale a lot on Star Rail as in like use daily Trailblaze refreshes, like max Trailblaze power refreshing every day and shit like that. And let me tell you, when you have the ability to max refresh like Resin and Genshin or Trailblaze power in Star Rail, oh my god, that's such a huge advantage. Like, you can just farm so much more, man. So, like, if you're willing to pay for max refresh Trailblaze power and shit, like, the pain that you go through for, like, the mid-game level up shit, is far better. Like, or I should say you don't have to deal with it as much. But, you know, pay to progress, that sort of thing. Hollow has a lot of ex-Niji talents too. I'm aware, but they joined before like VTubing really the VTubing industry like really started solidifying. Like I'm aware who was it? Mel used to be, was it Mel? Yozora Mel? Who used to be ex-Niji? I forget if it was Mel or somebody else. But I'm aware that Cover has a lot of like ex-Niji talents, or yeah, VTubers who were once part of Niji Sanji. But again, that was back during the days before. That was far before like Niji's fucking, you know, their the quote unquote collapse, if you will. It was Luna. Oh yeah, that's right. It was Luna. Sorry, maybe not Mel, but Luna for sure. Glad they left when they could on the Niji sinking ship. Well, here's the thing. You're also pointing out JP VTubers. JP Niji Sanji is not... Well, I mean... I'm sure they have problems, but... Like, it's not Niji EN. It's specifically Niji EN that's been fucking melting down for the past however many months it's been. Like, fucking 3 months? 3-4 months? Niji JP... I'm sure they have problems, but it's not on the same... It's nowhere near on the same magnitude as whatever the fuck Niji EN has been doing for the past couple of months. So when you say that, oh, I'm glad they left the sinking ship, if you're talking about the ex-Niji JP talents who went over and joined Hololive JP, then that doesn't really apply to them, I don't think. Like, let's be fair here. Like, that, you can't really say that about them, to be honest. Like, for Pomu, you could probably say that about Pomu. Back when she left when she did. If Cover actually turns out to accept her as part of Hollow EN Gen 4, then that changes. Then you can actually say, oh yeah, Pomu actually left the fucking sinking ship and whatnot. Or hell, even if yeah, mainly Pomu. Again, JP VTubers don't really apply here. They fixed the storage issue from earlier months. GS is a double of plunge. Oh, great story. Okay, you're talking about Genshin. Might be off topic, but do you know if there will be another bedazzled live concert for FGO for those costumes because you missed them because of nursing school? I want to say that the idol costumes from that... I know what event you're talking about. We had it last year, I believe. I believe on JP they eventually brought back all of those idol costumes, and you can purchase them in like the costume making tab in the shop or whatever. The tab that has Miss Crane in it. Makes sense that because that's where Miss Crane is from. The event wise, that is. I want to say that I don't play JP, so I'm not. I don't want to feed you fake news. But I know that JP eventually brings back old costumes and puts it into their dressmaking tab, so that if you missed it the first time, you can always go back there and then buy it once it's in there. So I want to say that since you missed those costumes, obviously that sucks. But I think I think you just need to wait another like year or so before FGO NA starts putting in the old idol costumes back into the dressmaking tab too. I want to say. Unless a lot of the idol costumes are still not available, which would fucking suck. But, hey Eric, how's it going, man? Been a while. Hopefully you've been enjoying Destiny 2 so far. Niji EN is bringing back the AR live concert that they canceled last year. I mean, they fucking better. Hopefully they don't cancel it a second time. Amelia feels really weird in regular content. I think I heard that she was a PvP unit, mainly, in Nikke. Which doesn't surprise me because like our Chainsaw Man collab characters, some of them are really good for PvP. I think like Makima, for example. They left around, you think they left around the Niji JP, like, Rebellion era? I actually don't know about that, because I don't follow Niji Sanji very closely. I never have. I only really mostly know about Niji EN, not really their JP talents. Mainly because Niji Sanji has so many fucking VTubers that I can't possibly keep up with them all. Like, I can barely keep up with, like, the Hollow JP talents, and that's a lot. Or there's a lot of them already. So, like, when it comes to Niji JP, I'm just like, fuck that. Like, I'll just follow the EN branch instead, and just follow the ones I really like. Too bad my Niji EN Oshi was, Ilera Pandora. Don't think Niji EN will prevent Hollow from recruiting talents. I mean, if Cover wants to poach ex Niji EN talents, like if they wanted to poach like Pomu and whoever else, like hell, if Doki Bird fucking joins Hollow EN, which will not happen obviously because Doki is perfectly comfortable being indie, but like let's say Cover ends up poaching like Pomu or assuming that we do get more retirements out of Niji EN in the near future, and Cover decides to poach them too. Like, I'm not saying that's not possible. I'm just saying that's highly unlikely in my opinion. Like, nothing's stopping them from poaching them, sure, but like, and yeah, sure, Cover and Any Color are competitors, sure, but they also work together on a lot of things too. I'm sure. Like there are plenty of events in Japan where you see both Niji and Cover talents, or Niji and Hollow talents, JP VTubers, that is. So like sure, yeah, they may be competitors, but does Cover really want to antagonize Niji by poaching their former EN talents? I don't know. I suppose that also begs the question of, does Any Color really care that much? Because like, let's be honest, they don't really give a shit about their foreign branches. Like, that much is obvious. So maybe I don't know, maybe Any Color really just doesn't give a shit. wouldn't fucking surprise me, that's for sure. How do you know Poma will join Hollow? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I ever said that. I think I only said if she joins, not that she will join. I was just speculating here. And I even said before that I don't think she will. I just don't see that happening. Do you see the April Fool's joke for Nikke? Yeah. I mean, people act as if like, oh my god, Nikke's April Fool's is so amazing, but like, bro, I've been playing FGO for 6.5 years, almost going on 7 years. Bro, the April Fool's jokes that FGO and other gacha games do every year, like, it's tradition, man. Like, all y'all gacha newbies out here thinking that, you know, April Fool's the April Fool's joke that Nikke did is like something like that special. I mean, it was funny. I'm glad that they did it. It was meme worthy content, and me, you know, memes at any cost, right? But like, company like dev studios have been doing this shit for years. A lot of Japanese gacha devs, or just game devs in general, have a tradition of doing like dumb fucking April Fool's shit every single year. Like, I saw on Nikke's official Twitter, as I was scrolling through it, some of the response comments to their, like, some of their April Fool's stuff was like, oh, like, you should make this like permanent content somehow. It's such a waste to go through all this effort of making this great April Fool's joke just to, you know, throw it away afterwards. And I'm just like, bro, like, you don't get it. Like, for the sake of memes, these companies will do will go like an extra couple of miles just to get a laugh out of their players, and then just toss it in the fucking fire just to do it again next year. Like, they do this shit every year. I mean, Nikke is better than most because they actually brought back Shifty. They actually were able to, they actually came up with a way to fucking reuse their April Fool's joke assets from last year. So, like, bro, that's already better than most other April Fool's jokes that I've seen. At least from, like, you know, reusing their assets sort of thing. So. Alera was the one who got shit on the most in that situation. I mean, as someone who used to call Alera their Oshi, I would say that, you know, most of it was deserved. Assuming the allegations are true. I mean, the mere fact that I saw her, I saw that response stream that Alera did on, that they did on Alera's stream, right when Doki, like, at the same time as Doki was doing, like, her, her Neopets, was trying to do her Neopet stream, like, that alone, even ignoring all the other allegations, that alone was like, bro, like, you can't be serious right now. So, I mean, Like, I hate to say it, but you're sad that Limbus didn't do an April Fool's this year because they didn't have the time. Limbus has a very small dev studio, I think. So yeah, that kind of makes sense. Oh, you can, I'm pretty sure, for the idol costumes? Okay, good. At worst, you can at least buy it from their RP shop as well. And they hand those things out like candy now. Oh, that's good. If on JP they're just throwing rare prisons at players now, that's good. They should have done that 5 years earlier, but Hollow has a history of people recommending talents. I'm aware. That being said, I think current circumstances are going to play a factor for sure. Like, I don't see how they wouldn't. Because you understand that even though they do have that sort of history, most of that history wasn't also overlapped with, you know, Niji Ian blowing the fuck up. The bad way, not the good way. The Niji JP rebellion was when their streamers went on strike and rebelled to have better management, which they eventually won, and that's why Niji JP is pretty good in comparison. Makes you wonder why they didn't have good management to begin with. Too bad Niji En will probably never have that sort of sway. Probably. Yeah, Doki doesn't want to go corporate movie. Yeah, exactly, which is why I mentioned that. Any color constantly antagonizes cover and how idol-like they are. Assuming that's true, and I'm going to take that statement with a grain of salt, but assuming that's true, then sure, okay, covered. Then any color can go fuck themselves. But I don't know too much about the JP side, so I'm not going to commit to any incriminating statements, at least on my part. What do you think Nikkei's next game is gonna be? Open world? I don't know. We'll see how well Stellar Blade does. You got Neuvillette and a Sig within 30 multi 30 multis, yeah, imagine. 30 pulls today. Hey, congrats, man. That gacha luck. You've been waiting for the Trunk sisters, and they're finally here. But you had to pity them, and on top of that, you can't fucking deal with FGO farming anymore. When will the suffering? It will never end until you quit. Free yourself from the chains, FGO. It will never stop. The suffering will never end. You excited for Weather and Waves? Yeah, man. I'm glad that they've finally committed to a proper, whatchamacalls, a proper release date. And that should be, what, a month and a half from now? Technically 2 months from now, so... Yeah, man, I'm looking forward to it. EM, it's got ER attack percent. 4-line start as well, so that's decent. Niji has on their investor report highlighting their talents versus their quote-unquote competitors. Unless that's like kind of like seen, like that's kind of looked down on to do in like the JP corporate world. Me personally, I'm not a business guy. I haven't worked like that level of management before, so I don't really know the context for that. But like to me, that doesn't seem like anything bad. But then again, for like a corporate report, like comparing your talents to somebody else's talents, yeah, that might come off as like a bit of bad taste. I can see that. I can see that at least. Cause like if Cover didn't do that, right? If on Cover's like annual like or like quarterly reports or whatever, they don't pitch their own talents versus like other corporate Japanese talents, then yeah, sure. And but if any color did that, then yeah, I suppose that's in bad blood, or that's in bad taste. But again, I'm not an expert on that, or I don't know much about that, so I'm not going to say anything beyond that. Dogi said the harassment was a thing and didn't specifically say a coworker. I'm aware of Hannah, but that doesn't make the situation much better for the Niji En crew, I'm afraid. The chibi versions of Nika in story mode were hilarious. Yeah, kind of wish they let you keep the chibi characters for a little bit longer than just like a single battle or whatever. Because I remember last year's April Fools, Nika, like you could play with the chibi versions of the characters in like regular battles like the entire day. But I think this year it was just, oh, you get them for one battle and that's it. So that's kind of a bummer. Stellar Blade is doing very well at pre-orders at the moment. Yeah, I imagine. Honestly, I saw on Twitter that there was this one French IGN article that was slamming Stellar Blade and called the devs people who've never seen women in their lives before. I saw that tweet or like that article had gone viral. And so I would imagine that kind of had the opposite effect where it's like, oh, everybody's just going to pre-order Stellar Blade out of spite. Because of that article, just as a massive fuck you. Not only that, but it has a gameplay demo out now, right? So I suppose that's doing wonders for Stellar Blade PR. So that's nice too. Dun, 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 dun. Cover annual reports highlight their achievements like sub counts and how 2 of their JP talents are top JP female streamers and the entire existence of Gura. There's like JP talents and then Gura. But of course. Hopefully Stellar Blade gets a PC port. Ah, shit. It doesn't come with the PC port right away. Fuck Sony, I guess. Yeah, shit. あらゆる富が沈着する場所だ。Demo is available right now. Yeah, I'm aware. Yeah, I think I was planning to watch a couple streamers play it, but I ended up either forgetting or there were other streams I ended up watching instead. Something like that. Hey Naruto, welcome back. You lost the 50 to D-Luke on Neuvillette banner. Should you spend money or wait 2 weeks for a new patch? I don't know. That's up to you. How much do you want? How much do you want Neuvillette? Where's my music?
花と酒を手に景色を堪能しようとしたが。
Okay. It's the Western sphere. There's a lot of conflict and hypocrisy when it comes to Stellar Blade. Oh, the West and the West and our obsession with the socio-political concepts and debates. Huh. Surprising. Let's see, what am I... Because I did Abyss. Oh, we can do the event now. This event. Because this event about to end very soon. In fact, today. It's funny because they use Bayonetta and 2B to shit on Stellar Blade. Yeah, which means that they have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. Shut up, stupid fucking Westerner. Trial characters, my characters. Do I have to use Raiden and Nahida here? Huh, that's surprising. This event forces you to use certain characters. Interesting. How much money do you think, do I think you'll have to spend to reach pity? I'm pretty sure I did the math for this, in the past. I think it was it $200 to, reach, hard pity? It was something like $200 to guarantee yourself at least one 5-star. Something like that. Because I mean, yeah, like if we're accounting for hard pity, then that means you have to do 9 full multis. And then each $100 pack gives you almost exactly 5, just a little bit over 5 multis. So, like, yeah, assuming if you're accounting for hard pity, then yeah, $200 right there. So yeah, I suppose that's your answer right there, yeah. Do I not do game sponsorships? I mean, I would have to have some sort of, like, manager to handle that sort of shit. I mean, I could do it myself, perhaps, but I would need to go out there and try to see if I even have any like sponsorship like options or whatever. But like nobody fucking knows about me, so because I'm such a small content creator. So like I used to get a couple of like sponsorship offers through like my Twitter, for example, but like I don't really take those because I usually like doing my own thing. I mean, these days I shouldn't be against, like, doing sponsored streams or whatever. But, like, my problem with sponsored streams is I want to be able to, like, talk about, the games I play without the fear of, like corporate backlash or whatever. Like, I want to be able to criticize a game for what I think it should do better, or what I think it could do better. And so that goes against the whole, like, sponsorship thing, you know? Like, even though money is money, and God knows I need the money right now. I don't know, man. I still find it kind of very difficult to compromise on my beliefs on that one. Have you seen how much Gura affects the affects business products? Is insane. Talents visiting local shops literally made it a tourist spots for foreign fans to go to and meet up. Well, you're thinking of Fuamoka, I'm pretty sure, because I don't know what the fuck Gura is up to these days. Like, I know she's like, oh, personal life is like, you know, is getting in the way of shit, but I'm just like, yeah, okay, sure, whatever. Any interest in playing AFK Journey? I've seen a lot of people do sponsor streams for that. Personally, I don't know. I don't really care for how it looks like. Because I like my weeb gacha games a little too much, you know? What is this, like, bonus ability? Or, like, this event mechanic that I'm not aware of right here? The fuck am I doing here? Stop all actions immediately after using elemental skills or elemental bursts? What the fuck does that mean? What button do I press? Because I'm noticing I'm not getting these like super sense particles or whatever these are. Is there a button that I'm forgetting to press here somewhere? Oh. Number of super sense particles gained 0. Reward preview. Yeah, we're missing. So yeah, we have to get the super sense particle thing. Then stop all action. So just literally just stand there. That's kind of weird. This event feels like a future character mechanic? What you mean? Like what? Of just character, just like a character that just stands there and does nothing? I don't know how much I would believe that personally, but okay. So you just kind of stand there. Okay, you just stand there. Adjust your camera angle so that your character blocks. Your character blocks the super sense particles from view. Like this? Is that how that shit works? I don't understand if I'm doing that properly, but you know, okay. I don't even see the fucking particle. I don't fucking know. Also, I don't even know what the fucking camera function is even there for. What the fuck am I even supposed to take a picture of? Cool shot though. We're at back out here again. Okay. Yeah, I don't see a fucking super particle or whatever. I don't know, you just fucking take a picture or something? Is like straight up? I don't fucking know. Something happened. There's one. I think I saw one, but I think it disappeared. There's one. Ow. Hey, there's one. Hey, there's one. Ow. Why did it tell you to, why does it tell you to, like, block the view of the super particle with your character? Like, what the fuck was the point of that? Okay, that was kind of weird. Whatever, I think I get it now. Weird fucking, event mechanic, but sure, okay. Would it be 100 if you lost your 50-50? No, if you lose your 50-50, you're talking about spending $400 to guarantee a character. Or like, more accurately, like, I don't know, $380 maybe? Did you see Pekka Mom's stream? The numbers were crazy, like 180K. I mean, yeah. Are you surprised? Like, not only are you talking about one of the biggest, if not the biggest, JP streamer in terms of like average concurrent viewership, because Pekka floats fucking 30,000 viewers a stream, more depending on what she's streaming. But also, like, we've known about her mom for a while, because she's been on stream before. Just not, you know, like, she didn't have her, it's just not, like, in any, like, official, like, capacity. And then, all of a sudden, finally, she's finally having her own, quote-unquote, debut stream for April Fools or whatever. Yeah, you're gonna have that many viewers, my man. You love how Tectone's latest video is just saying Star Rail beat Genshin in revenue, as if it actually matters. Should I react to that video? That'd be kind of funny. Yeah, as if it actually fucking matters. Yeah, it's going to the same company anyway. But, I mean, you know, people love their Genshin versus Star Rail rivalries and shit like that. Star Rail question. Hey, KDMC, welcome back. For Fushwan, which is better, 125 speed with 30 ER or effect res versus 134 speed with 15% effect res? Well, does your Fushwan have What is it? Does your Fushuan have
刀は
two-piece
丁寧に味わってこそ
broken keel?
本来の趣
Because
が
if so,
わかる
then yeah, the 30% effect res is kind of important because for the extra crit damage. That'd be nice. If your Fushuan doesn't have the broken keel effect, then that, like, how much effect res she has, like, it's still important, but nowhere near as important as having more speed. But yeah, I assume you already. I assume you're trying to run Fushuan with two-piece broken keel, so giving her that 30% effect res is kind of important because if you don't give her that 30% effect res, what the fuck is the point of you running broken keel in the first place? Just discovered that the frozen mountains, Dragon Spine are kind of optional. Technically, they are optional, yes. Because they're not really tied into the main story in any way. At least not for right now. So yeah, you can just kind of skip Dragon Spine if you don't want to deal with it. Fushuan does have broken keel, then yeah, in that case, go for the 30% ER. Or go for the 30% effect res. AFK Journey is actually a good game, coming from a fellow weeb. Okay, that's surprising. I assume AFK Journey is a Western gacha, or it has a Western dev studio. I mean, we need more like well-performing Western gacha games, because like the West needs to actually like try to compete with like the Asian dominance of the gacha market. So. I mean, if it's made, what, like you said, 2 million on its opening week, and it's looking to have like an average of 5 million a month, then yeah, very impressive. I'm not sure if its aesthetic is really for me though, but I mean, I'm glad that it's doing well. You were stuck in Mondstadt for a year thinking that Genshin was a bad game because you couldn't progress and you couldn't progress in Dragon Spine? How do you not progress in Dragon Spine? I'm having a little bit of trouble with that one, Chief. Yep, there's one. Alright, I need to actually use a skill or something. Like that. There we go. Okay, I think I got the hang of it now. Blue Archive artists just don't miss a beat. Yeah, Blue Archive fan art is pretty banging. And yeah, yeah, ever since then, Blue Archive just kind of took off and never really looked back. Oh, same people who did AFK Arena. Okay, that makes sense, because I've always gotten ads for AFK Arena. So, okay. So they had the experience with AFK Arena, and they came out with AFK Journey. That's good. I see. So yeah, now that makes sense. Your brain shuts down whenever Bald Man is mentioned, let alone whenever people talk about anything he does. I'm well aware that a lot of people don't like the bald man, the bald egg man. That being said, like, despite how he acts, at least when it comes to like how gachas work, I actually think Tectone is actually quite knowledgeable in there. Cause like, I think earlier today I put out a video on my YouTube channel of me reacting to his like his like how to fix Hoyoverse video, in which he talks about how like how he would fix like all of the leak issues that Hoyoverse has, specifically in the context of Star Rail. And so I watched through I spent like an hour watching through that video and then giving my takes on what he said. And like, there wasn't anything that he said that I like explicitly disagreed with. Like, I actually was broadly okay with everything that he suggested. Like, everything seemed to be like pretty reasonable, surprisingly enough. Maybe surprisingly enough to some people. Like, if there was anything that he said that I quote disagreed with, it wasn't even a disagreement, just like I would have gone further than he did. Like, take what he was talking about and then take it like a step or two further. Like, those are like the biggest differences in opinion between him and me when I reacted to that video. So like yeah, he can act like a dick sometimes. I mean, there's an emote literally called Dicktone, so that checks out. And yeah, he sounds like an asshole, and he very, very well may be, just like me. But at the end of the day, at least when it comes to like talking about gachas, I think he's got a pretty solid base overall. If that one video is any indication. I don't know, maybe if he talks about more gachas, like if I see more videos from him where he just talks more about like gachas and shit like that in general, maybe I can dissect his like thought process a little bit more. But so far it seems like he's got a good head on his shoulders, at least when it comes to like how gacha games work and shit. We have had gacha. Hey, Real Pocket Whale, welcome back. We've had gacha games that earn at least as much, and they're called loot box games. True, but personally, I think loot box, like games that have loot boxes, are a fundamentally different system versus gacha games. Maybe we should reduce the looting around the world instead. I mean, honestly, that's the one thing that... honestly, loot boxes probably hold Western devs back from making gacha games, to be honest. But the issue is that as much as people fucking hate loot boxes, at least Westerners do, like... I actually far prefer loot boxes, because at least with most of it, for most games that I've seen that have loot boxes, like, you don't need to roll them. Like, you don't need to acquire them. At least not the games that I'm familiar with. Like, I remember back when they started adding loot box to Call of Duty, I think. Starting with, like, Black Ops 3, I think. But, like, those loot boxes weren't that bad because, like, sure, I think they give you some extra weapons, but, like, it's Call of Duty. Like, you die in 3 or 4 fucking hits. So it's like, what does it matter if you get a new weapon or not? I mean, sure, I'm sure there could be like some super busted OP weapon, but like this wasn't Model for 2 where you could run around with fucking double fucking Model 1887s just snipe people across the map. So it's like, okay, what the fuck ever. And like Overwatch had loot boxes, but like they were all fucking cosmetic, so it's like, okay, who cares? Like, honestly, the day when the day comes that Western devs actually understand the appeal of gacha games and like really seriously hunker down and start making good gacha games of their own, that's when people will wish we had loot boxes again. Because, like I said earlier, I think gacha games are fundamentally different from games that have loot boxes in them. Because gacha games, they're called gacha games for a reason, because their whole gameplay revolves around you rolling the gacha. Because content is paywalled behind gacha games, or the gacha system rather. Whereas if you just have a game that happens to have loot boxes, okay, sure, it has microtransactions, but like a lot of the time, at least this is how it should be, but a lot of the time you don't need to engage in those microtransactions if you don't want to. Because the gameplay isn't contingent on you rolling loot boxes. Or at least it shouldn't be. And if it is, then, well, you know, that's a trash game to begin with. So, you know, they can go fuck themselves, I guess. Loot boxes are necessary for FIFA. Isn't FIFA, like, basically a gacha game, though? Because, like, in FIFA, can't you, like, when you roll gacha in FIFA, don't you, like, get better characters? Like, you get better football players, right? Like, they have better stats and shit. So, like, I would consider FIFA a fucking full-on gacha game, to be honest with you. And perhaps FIFA has always been that. Loot boxes are Western gacha on full-priced games. I mean, yeah, I get that people don't like that, but again, like, most of those loot boxes, at least from my experience, they're not, like, you don't have to pay for them if you don't want to. As in, like, they're not, like, necessary for your gameplay. Because, again, Call of Duty has loot boxes. I'm sure a lot of other AAA titles also have loot boxes too, but, like, as far as I'm aware, you don't have to engage with them if you don't want to. Tectone gets too emotional when it comes to his opinions of gacha games. I mean, given my last video regarding FGO, I don't think in his defense, he's far from the only one who gets emotional about his opinions in gacha games. So why single him out? We all have very strong opinions about the games we play, don't we? I'm sure somebody like me could probably express his opinions in a more, how should I say, a more emotionally steady manner. But I mean, I have my moments too, you know? Western equivalent of gacha are things like games like Hearthstone and like TCGs or CCGs. True, yeah. Because you do get new cards from rolling gacha, to be fair. You feel like gacha mechanics can be fun if they're not paid. Yeah, if it's a free gacha, then yeah, sure, whatever. Go crazy, yeah. That's fine. Unless said free gacha like ends up turning out that ends up like forcing you to like farm relentlessly just for some extra gacha in-game gacha currency. Well, that's no good either, right? Something like, I don't know, RE4 Remakes' gacha system in like the middle end of the game, where like you have Leon, you play the pirate game, the shooting pirates game, and then depending on how well you do, the game rewards you with like extra like gacha tokens or whatever. That's fine, because not only is that skill based, but hopefully it doesn't take you that long to do. But like I know that some like JRPGs, even though they technically have a free gacha game, like farming for currency to roll the gacha with, even though it's free, takes an obscenely long time. So I don't know. Like it depends on how well it's implemented, you know. Hey Rocco, welcome back. And yeah, technically you don't have to gacha in a gacha game either, but the difference is that the focus is placed on the gacha. Because like if you have content that you can't access anywhere else, that's locked behind gacha, then yeah, that would probably be a gacha game. Like major content. I'm not talking about skins. If it's just like some cosmetic shit, then it's like whatever. I don't really care. It won't be top 10, but 1 million a month is good for gacha games. Yeah, if you make $1 million off a single month, like yeah, that like as long as your production costs are manageable, then yeah, that should still be enough, right? I mean, you gotta be able to keep up that performance, true, but you know, at least they're off to a good start. Suppose that at that point it would just be a matter of like keeping up their work ethic and making sure that AFK Journey like stays a good game, or a good enough game rather. Have you done 2.1 story, or is that tomorrow? Pomviner, I haven't done 2.1 story. I'm not gonna do it until I get out my my Star Rail Panakini story is mid video. And I plan on getting that done sometime this week. So the 2.1 story stream will be later this week, at least tentatively, either later this week or next week. But yeah, look for my my video where I talk about how Panakini's story has been pretty mid so far. And once you see that, then on my YouTube channel, then you can expect a 2.1 story read along from me. Oh shit, shouldn't have used his ultimate, his elemental burst that fast. Whatever. Why didn't the game fucking like freeze frame immediately? There we go. I wonder if it was because Alhaitham was still in his like ultimate like stance or whatever, like still doing his animations. Wouldn't be surprised if that were the case. Yeah, I think Alhaitham using his ultimate is not great because after he uses it, it doesn't like give you the particle right away, so that sucks. Like yeah, I'll have to use Miko's skill here to immediately pop a particle. I suppose I'll have to keep that in mind. There we go. There we go. Yeah, for some reason it takes like a long time for the game to freeze frame on a item after he uses his ult. So by the time that happens, the particle kind of disappears. Whatever, doesn't matter. .1 might change because of a character? What do you mean, like, might change? As in, like, they might change the story? That would be weird. Mudada! Apologies if you've answered this before, but do you read the story of all the gacha games you play? No. The only story that I actually keep up with is FGO. However, I do plan on reading through Blue Archive story at one point on my own. Oh, not the story, but my opinion? I would love to have my opinion changed. I would love to agree with everybody else and say that, oh my god, Panakini's story is amazing. Is it gonna happen? I doubt it. But I would love to be proven wrong. Actually, how's this gonna work? Ugh. So, Risley's ult doesn't work. Technically, Farina's ult doesn't work either. That's pretty fucking trash. So it has to be off of a skill. Ew. Yeah, it has to be off a skill, I think. Yeah, particle doesn't appear for Farina's ult, doesn't appear after Risley's ult, I don't think. After a skill? Yeah, only off a skill. That fucking sucks. Uppercut, uppercut, uppercut. Gutter trash. Oh, that's funny. Shenyun and Zhao. A 2.1 story is better. I would assume you're trying to say it's better than 2.0, but kind of odd to say that at the same time. Curious what my take on it is. I can tell you my opinion on 2.0 story because I've already read through that. 2.0 story should have been a lot better than it was. My single biggest complaint about 2.0 story is the fact that they killed off Firefly, or they killed off Firefly. And if the rumors or if the things that I saw on Twitter are true, then I'm sort of disappointed that, you know, she doesn't stay dead. Because I mean, we kind of already knew that. You could predict that though, because, you know, she died in a fucking dream world. So did she really die? You know. Like, that's my single biggest complaint. Not only that, but they telegraphed it so fucking hard, right? They gave you the whole fucking the goopy sad girl vibes in the middle of the fucking story. So like, oh yeah, we know this bitch is gonna die by the end of the chapter, and sure enough, she does. So it's like, not only was it super predictable, but you also killed off a character right at the start of your chapter. Like, oh boy, like I know that Hoyoverse, the average Hoyoverse player's attention span is not that long, but Jesus Christ. Can we discuss the alleged story change? Yeah, sure. If you want to talk about that, go ahead. I don't give a fuck. Hey, Drunken, welcome back, man. How's it going? Hope you've been doing well. Stage orb only shows up with charge attacks and easy. Oh, okay. The stages have like specific points of what they only give you particles off of specific things. Okay, that would make more sense then. You've been enjoying Peckomom taking over VTuber internet. I mean, I'm just glad because we're gonna get a shit ton of fan art from that, especially the spicy ones. You even got your brother to start Star Rail on PlayStation as well. That's cool. Ow. Oh yeah, that's right. I was supposed to use Zhao's skill before ulting. Forgot about that. It's been a while since I last played Zhao. There it is. Oops. Oh yeah, pressing the wrong thing. There it is. She actually got hit out of the air. That's funny. Switch to shit. That's not what I meant to do. I wanted to switch over to Shenyan first and then Shao. Whatever. Good enough. Can we get Sengoku Rants 2 Electric Boogaloo? I mean, shit, man, I would love that. Sengoku Rants is my favorite Rants game. I mean, it's the only Rants game that I played, so of course it has to be. When did she announce the new model? Like yesterday. It was. I'm pretty sure it was part of their, a part of Pekura's April Fool's thing. At least I think it was. Unless like, it was like something they had planned for a while, which it very well may have been. Because like, especially if she has her own VTuber model now. Which I think is actually the case, then yeah, it's not just a simple April Fool's joke anymore. At least I wouldn't think so. Maybe it is actually. Supposedly the Firefly reveal was supposed to be 2.0, but Boot Hill's banner being moved forward while her Fireflies was moved back. They've changed the story very recently. I mean, that would add up with, that kind of, like, indirectly adds up with, who is it? Xiaoji and, the rest of the Star Rail crew back during the 2.1 live stream, dev stream. Like, going off in their spiel about, oh, leaks are bad, blah, blah, blah. So, that does line up with what the fuck, whatever the fuck they were talking about then. Sort of, in like a weird roundabout way. And then it was so recent that they couldn't change Black Swan's banner teasers in her trailer. I don't know what relation that Black Swan has with this, but okay. The reveal was supposed to happen on Sam versus Acheron fight. They wanted Acheron to be more reserved on how she picked who to unsheath her blade to. That's now you're getting to like story like plot stuff that I'm not quite familiar with, so that I don't know about, or that I can't really comment about, because I assume that's like story related stuff that I'm not aware of. But I can believe the whole like, oh yeah, like they were supposed to, like things were supposed to be this way, but they decided to switch it up last minute or whatever. That at least makes sense. They just need to embrace leaks. Hey man, that's what I said in my that's what I've been saying, man. Both on my own streams privately and even in my that reacting to Tectone's how to fix Hoyoverse video that I put up on my own channel earlier today. Like I'm literally saying, like, at this point, since Hoyoverse is too incompetent to stop their own leaks, or it's either they're incompetent or they're simply like letting it happen for whatever reason, they might as well capitalize on their own leaks. Honestly, I think it would be amazing if, for example, Hoyoverse were able to find a way to like pull a fucking massive ass bait and switch somehow, where it's like they develop content and they let people leak one side of content, when in reality they're like, when it comes time for another dev live stream, they kind of bait people and they think, oh yeah, we're gonna get this content, but instead they show something completely fucking different. Like, it would be amazing if one day that actually happens, but like, I don't know if they're capable of doing that. When is Firefly showing up as a unit? Probably later. It's not gonna be soon though. Blue Archive anime is soon? Yep, very soon. Now that it's April. Should start airing any day now. Black Swan apparently had the next few banners teased on her trip. Oh, I see. Like, it was supposed to be like a subtle hint at like what our banners were gonna be like. Okay. Like maybe they were up on like up as like paintings or some shit. Cause like I've seen the leaks for Harmony Trailblazer, and the background, their background has like portraits of all the Panakani characters, like all the major Panakani characters. So yeah, kind of like how no, not destruction, preservation MC has all of the Bellabog characters there too. Kind of weird how they didn't give Trailblazer like their own path as part of the Shenzhou chapter. On this coming Sunday. Oh, cool. Sunday? Why not Friday? Harmony Trailblazers is literally just Michael Jackson. Yeah, because I mean that's exactly what they do in the opening of the Penacony story, right? The 2.0 trailer, where Trailblazer breaks it down with the Ventry in the beginning. The cards that were in her hand. Okay, gotcha. Let's see. How do I? There we go. Ow. There we go. Maybe Shenzhou doesn't count because it's not a planet. Well, it's certainly treated like one. That'd be interesting if that's actually their logical reasoning for why Trailblazer doesn't get a like a new path during the Shenzhou Luofu chapter. Then again, Penacony is literally just like it's a fucking dream. It's like a dream state or whatever. Like you could argue that Penacony isn't even a planet in and of itself. Like maybe it's located on a planet, but like how much time do we actually spend on the planet itself? I don't know. I don't know what kind of mental gymnastics you would have to go through for that one. Shenzhou was technically a detour, true. Something like a Stellaron or something. Oh, the fuck. There we go. Good timing on that.
しようか。今こそ誕生の時。せん。
堂々不意打ちファイヤー。ま、岩元素なんだからね。はっせ堂々不意打ち。
Okay, just one more. Ooh, we have Chiori and Ito together, huh? Navia strong. Yep. Hey man, Navia. I know people are still memeing about Geo, you know, Geo Keck W, but or GE Omega lol. But personally, I think Navia and Chiori are excellent additions to the Geo family. Especially because they're both waifus, so much appreciated on my part, at least. Hey, Giga Chad 69. You just started playing Genshin a few days ago. Any tips for new players? Explore everything. Genshin's one of those. Well, I mean, you kind of need to expect this, but Genshin's got a lot of like exploration for you to do. Like, do everything that you can. Like, go for all the chests that you see and whatnot, blah blah blah. Go after all the oculi that you see. Do everything. Take your time with it. Enjoy taking the sights. Make sure to smell the flowers along the way. Virtually, of course. Gameplay-wise, don't worry about like gearing your characters until later. Most of early game Genshin is easy enough where you don't really need to worry about like weapons or gear or whatever. But like once you start getting to like I would say AR, I don't know, AR like 20-ish, 25, maybe 30. That's when you want to start thinking about like leveling some weapons. And like some gear, like don't be afraid to level up like I don't know, random ass 2 or 3 star artifacts to just for the sake of helping your characters get a little bit more of a stat boost. And obviously for those lower rarity artifacts, don't care about substats. The main stats are what are far more important for now. You can worry about substats much later. But yeah, make sure to eventually think about like leveling up certain weapons and whatnot. Like, don't level them up fully if you don't want to, of course, but... should you speedrun the MSQ? Oh, main story quests, so you can do dailies? Ideally, yes. If you want to min-max your progress in Genshin, you go through enough of the... enough of the main quest where the game will allow you to start using your resin. Because the game gives you a full stack of resin as soon as you start the game. And remember that when your resin is at maximum, you don't get any more. You only start getting more if you actually use up some of your resin, so it's no longer at maximum. So the longer you play Genshin with your resin at max, the more inefficient you're becoming, because you're wasting resin basically. You're wasting potential resin. So, if you care about being optimal with your resin, then yes, it's in your best interest to, like, go through enough of main story to the point where you can actually start spending your resin on, like, the ley lines. And once you gain access to a ley line, you use up some resin to, like, farm that, so that way you get more later as time passes by. Or as time passes. So. Hey, Astro Piggy, how's it going, man? Welcome back. Best part about Genshin is the exploration. Yeah, it's always been the exploration. That's why I play Genshin in the first place. Because yeah, no other gacha game does exploration quite like Genshin does. And I fully expect, even with other games coming out like Wuthering Waves and shit, Genshin's exploration will still be miles better, like leagues ahead of them too. But we'll see when Wuthering Waves officially comes out, though, for full release. You were exploring and finding chests all the time instead of doing main story quests. Yeah, I guess to be fair, you can always go back and just do exploration later. But if you care more about being optimal with your resin spending, then yeah, Make sure you're always completing your resin so that or using your resin so that way, you know, you're not capped. Wonder how hard Sumeru and Fontaine domains are for new players. I mean, any domain is going to be hard for new players if they could try to do a difficulty that they're not supposed to do. Like, I remember back in the day, when I first hit AR-45 and I started trying to farm for Noblesse artifacts in the Noblesse domain in Mondstadt. Like, I had a hard time with that in the beginning. Because, like, they throw fucking 3 different Abyss mages at you. Like, a Pyro, a Cryo, and maybe a Hydra one. Like, as a fresh ass AR-45 player, like, my newbie ass couldn't deal with that shit. I still remember that. Like, I had to pull in, like, fucking Venti, like, all my strongest characters, and maybe I would be able to do it. Like, half the time I'd be able to clear it, half the time I wouldn't be able to, because, like, one of my characters would just get fucking nuked right off the start, because they got hit by, like, Pyro, and they got reverse vaped, or, like, reverse melted immediately, and they just evaporated. Like, I remember that time. Like, all of the domains are pretty fucking shitty for new players, if I'm being honest. So, like, it doesn't matter where they try to go, they're all going to be miserable. You always thought about starting Azure Lane. Are the skins only purchasable using real money? Unfortunately, yes. The skins are how they make a lot of their money in that game, not necessarily through gacha. So yeah, the skins are premium only. Like, technically, you could get enough free gems. Like, if you were to save up enough of them, maybe you'd be able to buy a skin for free, but, like, it's so rare that you get, like, free gems that you might, like, effectively, they're paid only. For what it's worth, Azure Lane skins, are the cheapest skins you'll find, at least out of all the games that I've played, they're the cheapest skins that you'll find anywhere on the gacha market. Yeah. So, like, you are definitely getting your money's worth, but you do have to spend real money, unfortunately. Are you planning on starting Wuwa? Yes, I will pick up Wuwa as my 11th gacha game, technically. Had to fight him one time. Oh yeah, that's right, Zivuzu. Yeah, I remember that, now that you mention it. Yeah, because, like, I remember having to, like bait in one mage at a time and then fight them individually. That was so fucking whack. That was fucking hilarious. Co-op was the way to go. Yeah, like, ideally you wanted to co-op that shit. Yeah. You think Azure Permelia exploration will get? Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. I wholeheartedly agree with that. I mean, just the inclusion, the inclusion of the concept of mounts, like, basically means you have to provide for like an open world experience that's far more expansive than what Genshin can offer. And, like, Genshin already has very good exploration, and they do it without mounts. So imagine how good your exploration has to be if you decide to give mounts to players, or, like, include mounts in the game. Especially flying mounts, holy shit, man. So yeah, Azure Permelia, I almost said Azure Lane, same difference. Azure Permelia has to knock it out of the park with their exploration if they're gonna include mounts into the game. Because, like, if you include mounts in the game, then you have to balance the game's exploration around that, basically. So, like, it has to be good. It has to be better than what Genshin does. Or at least ideally. You think WoW will be Genshin with good combat? I wouldn't go that far. I think Genshin's combat is already very good. It's just that we don't have a need to actually use it in most things. But at the same time, I do think that, yeah, some of the things I've seen from WoW, they are definitely, like optimizations of Genshin combat. I think my favorite part about WoW combat is that, like, characters have their own, like, entry skills and whatnot, entry or even exit skills, and that will make switching between characters a lot smoother and a lot more seamless. So it should provide for a much more, like, cohesive gameplay experience. Just off that alone, I think. But we'll see. I'll see for sure when I start playing Wuthering Waves myself. Genshin was influenced by Breath of the Wild after all. Yeah, you could say that. You're planning to do Bennett, Xiangling, Kaya, and another cryo team come? Is that fine? Yeah, reverse vape, not vape, melt and reverse melt. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, Bennett, Xiangling, Kaya, and another cryo character. Yeah, and I think is there any cryo DPS that scales with something that's not attack percent? Can't access my entire roster at the moment, but there might be a cryo DPS in the game that may scale with like HP, maybe. So as long as you don't pick them, then you're fine. If Genshin wants to do endgame, but it'll have to be something different than a DPS check. I mean, hey, I said go check out my my How to Improve Genshin 2.0 or 2024 edition video that I put out like last month. And yeah, one of the end game modes that I suggest is one where you have infinite time, and like several boss battles that you have infinite time in, but they're extremely tough. But you can, because you have no time limit on there, like you can use any team, you can use any strat, and that includes stall teams if you really want to, or if you really want to stall out bosses, if you think that's what you want to do. Who do you suggest for the other cryo? Trying to think of a good one here. If you're just starting out, I'm not gonna include 5 stars because you might not get a 5-star cryo character for a while. I mean, if you do end up getting like a 5-star cryo DPS, then obviously use them. But before then, if you have characters like Rosaria is obviously a pretty good pick. That would mean that you have a team full of off-field DPSs, but I mean that's fine. Because Genshin's just that sort of game, to be honest. Who else? Like Rosaria is the only 4-star off-field DPS I can think of from the 4 stars again, but again, I don't have access to my whole team, so I would have to do this real quick to let you know what I think. Unfortunately, I think I missed my window here. Yeah, it's off a skill. Is off an ult too? Yes. Okay, and that should be the last one. Okay, That was a fun little event. The mechanics were a little bit confusing, but once I understood them, they weren't that bad. And actually, yeah, whoever it was in YouTube chat who said, I think it was Nieffler or Nieffer. I think you were the one who said earlier that that this event felt like kind of like a preview for a new character. I actually kind of see it. Yeah, I kind of see it. It'd be kind of an awkward mechanic though, but I mean, at the same time, it could work. Because like just an ability that kind of freezes time, so you can take a look around and see what's going on. Yeah, that could be a potentially very powerful skill, especially in Abyss where like if you had like your own, if a character literally has their own pause button after using their skill or whatever, and that gives you time to like look around, assess the situation, think about what you're gonna do next, then yeah, that could definitely be a very potential. That could definitely be a potentially very helpful skill to have. But we'll see. Don't have any 5 stars right now. Yeah, so I'm not gonna suggest any 5-star cryo characters for you. Let me just go through our roster of 4-star cryo characters at the moment. Actually, Chongyun is a very good option here because like Chongyun should be very common. Should be. Yeah, and he scales off of attack percent for the most part, I think. And he's got a very cheap ult, because his ult is only 40 cost, and it hits like a motherfucker. So, yeah. Fremine is a DPS as well, if you end up getting a copy of him somewhere at some point. Fremine is also not bad, too. Let's see. So your options for 4-star cryo DPSs would be Fremine, Rosaria, Chongyun for sure. You already mentioned Chaos, and yeah, I think that would be it. So these 3 for now: Fremine, Rosaria, and Chongyun. You're probably not gonna get Fremine, and even if you do, his best artifact set is locked behind Fontaine. Even though I don't have it on him right now. His best artifact set is what, the golden trope set? I mean, you can still run a 4-piece cryo though, and that's fine. I mean, that's what my friend is running right now at the moment too. But yeah, I would recommend you either Rosaria or Chongyun. And you said you already have Kea because he's free, so. Fremine was free, true, but I don't think Giga Chad was playing back then, so he doesn't have the free Fremine, unfortunately. Did you finish Star Rail 2.1 story? No, I will not start 2.1 story until I make a YouTube video where I give my take on why I think Star Rail 2.0 story or the Panacony story up to 2.0 before 2.1 is honestly pretty mid. You need to seek help. This is not okay. Oh, from all the gacha games I have on screen. Oh, sorry that you can't handle the sheer based nature of the stream for me having too many gacha games for you to handle. I'm sorry that you can't handle my power. Tectone who? Mr. Pokey who? Praying to the pole gods. Yeah, hopefully you get a good cryo character soon. I'm kind of curious as to who our next cryo DPS character is gonna be actually. Because let me go down the list of cryo 5-star cryo DPSs. Wriothesley's pretty good. Actually, not pretty good. He's very good actually. Though he's even better with Shenhe, but beggars can't be choosers at the moment. Ganyu is fantastic, obviously. And then Ayaka is borderline broken. Let's see. So yeah, I would recommend, if you ever see banners for the following 5-star characters, either Wriothesley or... I would include Shenhe in here too, technically. Even though she's not necessarily a DPS by default or in nature, she's still definitely worth considering. So maybe have her in the back, of your mind. But at the front of your mind, have Wriothesley, think about Ganyu, and think about Ayaka. So if you ever see a banner for these 3 characters, Wriothesley, Ganyu, and Ayaka, definitely look for, definitely try to roll on them, because these are your 5-star cryo DPSs for sure. Yeah, 11 games soon. Soon. Even though you haven't played this shit in years, doesn't Chongyun scale off defense? No. He doesn't scale off defense. At least I'm pretty sure. Where does it say that? Yeah, Chongyun's kit is super simple because he's a debut character. Like so simple to the point where he does the game doesn't even tell you like what he even scales off of. So by default he scales off of attack. Ooh, Lakari's doing a sponsored Star Rail stream today. Time to watch him wail for Acheron later. Let's see if Lakari gets his Silverwolf luck with Acheron this time. Ooh, and Cinder's back from WeepCon as well. She's already been streaming for 3 hours, so kind of late to her stream, but whatever. I will have Cinder's stream on over on the side here. Hopefully my computer can handle it. But yeah, no, Chongyun scales off of attack simply because he doesn't scale off of anything. So by default he scales off of attack percent. Kektone who? That was like one of his extra traits, maybe? I'll be honest, I don't know what Chongyun's constellations are. Last attack of Chongyun's normal attack. Oh, I know this one. It's his 4th auto combo hit. It like unleashes like a burst of cryo damage. This one's pretty cool actually. C2 skills and elemental bursts cast within Frost Field have their CD time. Oh, cooldown reduction time. That's just very useful. Not gonna lie. C4 regens 1 energy every time he hits an opponent affected by cryo. That's okay. Not too big of a deal. Actually, this barely does anything at all because Chongyun has such a low energy cost anyway that he's always gonna get his ult up no matter what. 40 cost ult, baby. And then C6 deals Spirit Blade, Cloud Parting Star. I assume that's his ultimate. Yes. C6 deals more damage to opponents with a lower percentage of their max HP remaining than Chongyun also summons an extra Spirit Blade. So yeah, no, Mass Knight. Nah, there's nothing about Chongyun that scales with defense. Maybe you saw a C6 and you thought, oh, like HP or defense or whatever, but technically that's not even scale with his HP or whatever because it's based on percentage. So it doesn't matter how much like HP he has necessarily. I mean, kind of does, but not really at the same time. Yeah, maybe you confuse Chongyun with Shenyan? Or Xinyan? Yeah, because Xinyan scales off defense. But it's kind of funny because the only thing that Xinyan's the only thing in Xinyan, sorry. I keep saying Shenyun. Very similar names. But the only thing that Xinyan scales off of in her kit is her shield, I think. Only her shield scales with defense. Like her actual damage doesn't scale with defense from what I'm aware of. So like you can actually build Xinyan if you want to use her as a DPS. Just build her with attack percent and just completely forget about defense. Very strange. But you know, mind if you post Pekumama art? It's safe for work. Yeah, sure, Drunken. who is a fiery typic stops by every once in a while and drops off random Twitter art, safe for work Twitter art. So as long as it's safe for work, then yeah, I don't mind. ER is important, right? Should you farm for weapons that have good energy recharge? In Genshin Impact, there are some 4-star weapons from gacha that are very notorious for being like the best general use like support weapons in the game, and they are the Favonius weapon set. So things like Favonius, the two major ones are Favonius Lance and where's a sword user? Oh, and Chiori. So Favonius Lance, the spear on the Favonius set, and then this one, Favonius Sword, the sword off of the Favonius set. These are notoriously good 4-star weapons because not only are their energy recharge main stat, but also their passives are very, very useful. Because their passive also gives, when it activates, it also gives the entire team more energy. But these are definitely support swords more than anything else. Finally, Noir. Yeah, I set Noir as my lobby secretary for now. ER is important, but it depends on the character. Most characters do want a degree of energy recharge. But the exceptions would be characters that have very cheap ults. So in Genshin, you may have noticed this on your own, but in Genshin Impact, different characters have different ult energy costs. So if you look at their talents, if you go to your character roster, you press C on PC or whatever the button is on controller, and you take a look at your characters in depth, and you click on their talents and click on their ultimates, or their elemental bursts, they call it in this game. And you click on the skill attributes tab, they'll tell you how much their ults cost in Genshin. So for example, this character named Chiori, her ultimate is a very simple ultimate. It's effectively at C0, it's just another damage source that she has, where it's like a one-time, oh, she does a big spin attack and she attacks all enemies once in like a big AoE around her, but that's pretty much it. So because of its simplicity, it doesn't cost that much. It only costs 50 energy. The cheapest ults in the game, by the way, only cost 40. So Chiori has like the second cheapest ult in the game, because it's relatively simple. It's powerful, but it's pretty simple. It doesn't have any extra utility if Chiori is not at C2 yet. So C0, C1 Chiori, her ult doesn't really, like, it's nothing to write home about. It's nice to have, but it's mainly used as like a combo filler or like a combo ender, if I may use some fighting game terms. On the other hand, Raiden has the most expensive ult in the game. Her and Miko, I think. At 90. 90 is the most expensive ult in the game. So at that point, when you're talking about an ult that costs 90, yeah, for a character like her, you want to have something, an energy recharge stat that kind of looks something like this. 264%. In comparison, by the way, my Chiori only has 22. And remember that your character's default energy recharge rates start at 100%. So this means that my Chiori only has 22% extra energy recharge, and I would argue this is actually a little bit too much, because Chiori gets energy very easily. And so, like, honestly, she probably only needs like maybe 10 to 15%, and you'd still be okay. Your rotation should still be should still be fine. Honestly, anything over 20% is a little bit overkill, but Raiden, yeah, this means that she has an extra 164% energy recharge, because energy recharge is just that big of a deal for her. So depends on the character. Depends on the character. Yeah, both for DPSs and supports. Yeah. I mean, typically for supports kind of want to have really high energy recharge anyway. For the most part, I think. Yeah, because support characters, like, the bulk of their utility comes from their ultimate. So it's like, yeah, they should kind of get their ultimate as fast as possible, so that you can use it as much as possible. But again, it depends on the character. Every character has like some sort of nuanced approach to how much ER they want. It depends. But generally speaking, yeah, ER is important. You just gotta know, like, how much ER exactly a character wants. But like you'll learn that over time. Well, you'll learn like roughly how much ER a character wants. If like yeah, you'll learn roughly how much ER a character wants over time with experience. Like the one exception will be characters like Raiden, or perhaps even technically Mona. Because there are some characters who just straight up scale off of energy recharge. And if that's the case, you just stack as much ER as you can on them, ideally. Like you don't even need to think at that point. Give them ER time main stat timepiece and shit like that. 4-piece emblem, blah blah blah. And try to give them as much crit stats as possible if they're also a DPS. Hey Zenday, welcome back. Building Raiden is brutal, kind of like Farazan. Raiden is like one of the benchmarks of like, are you prepared to truly go all the way to make Raiden as good as to make a character as good as possible? I mean, she is kind of like one of the best characters in the game, so if you have her, then eventually you're gonna have to cross that Rubicon at some point. So it's like you don't have a choice. Prepare to get fucked. I hope you're ready. Perhaps the Cryo Archon could even freeze time. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, that would make sense. Oh, we actually just talked to the same person. Oh, that's interesting. How convenient. Oh no, that was just like the explanation to like, let's see, go to challenge. Okay, yeah, it was a different one. Oh yeah, I remember this one. This is the what was that one Taito game called? Puzzle Bop or whatever? No, it wasn't called Puzzle Bop. It was like something Bop, I think. Yeah, it's basically that one arcade game. Oh yeah, Sacrificial's really good too. Matter of fact, I actually prefer the sac set weapons too myself over Favonius, but traditionally the Genshin community's always vouched for the Favonius weapon set over the Sacrificial set. But I'm partial to the Sacrificial set myself as well. There's so much potential for all kinds of different game modes with all the characters we have. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like, I'm sure if MiHoYo wanted to come up with some fun endgame for Genshin, they absolutely could. It's just that they're scared of doing it because the vast majority of Genshin players are fucking casual AF. So it's like they don't want to, like, when they said, remember back last year whenever they did that one interview where they said, like, oh, we don't want to induce more anxiety in our players. That's what they're talking about. They don't want to turn off their casual audience because that's where they're making most of their money from. But yeah, like, Genshin has so much potential for different kinds of endgame, but they just don't want to do it. Even though there are ways to implement endgame without alienating your casual player base, but I guess MiHoYo is too stupid to know how to do that. Oh, that's weird. This is basically inverted controls. Let's see. Whee! Yeah, it is the Puzzle Bop game. That one Taito Puzzle Bop game. Let's see. What is this? It's like a piercing thing. Let's see. Lightning. What is this? Ooh, nice. Heavy machine gun. Oh, that's a pyro one. Oop, missed that shot. Wow, I actually threaded the needle with that one. That was kind of funny. Nice. From downtown. Let's see. Whee. Oh. Grab the machine gun. Yeah. That's pretty fun. I like that. It reminds me of the break the bar game mode that we had back in the like in that one Ito Inazuma event like 2 years ago, I think. I think it was called like Shugetsu Yude or whatever. I don't fucking know. It's like it was like based off that one Atari, that old ass retro Atari game. But yeah. Like, these mini games are my favorite, where, like, they're kind of based off old arcade-style games. They're nice. Oh, what about Star Rail? Because you plan on starting to play that, too, once you get your dailies in Genshin. For, like, starting out in Star Rail, Star Rail, in my experience, when I was going through it last year myself, shit gets more real faster than it does in Genshin. You'll probably notice that you'll need to level up your characters and their gear more like faster than you would need to in Genshin. Because Star Rail is a little bit more of a hardcore experience. I mean, by nature it is, just because it's a turn-based game instead of Genshin's open world thingy. So, be prepared to start grinding in Star Rail earlier than you'd have to in Genshin, I would say. Your favorite was Wind Trace? Yeah, a lot of people enjoyed Wind Trace. I mean, naturally, because that was like one of our only ways to have actual PvP in the game. So it's like, surprise, surprise, people actually like the PvP mode in Genshin Impact. Oh, oops. Overload reaction is pretty good here, because it sends everybody flying. Oh, oops. Most chill minigame? Yeah. I like this minigame. Nice and fun. And we'll play the rest of the stages once they open up over the next couple of days. Alright, that's it for the events, I think. Now we shall go start questing. Let's see. We can do this Fontinian message thing. Actually, where is this area? Why is it telling me to go back? Oh, it's telling me to go here. Okay, yeah, because this is how you would enter it. Gotcha, gotcha. I should probably have my Fontaine Hydro Treasure Compass active, just in case I come across any chests in the area. Hey, it's your first time stopping by the stream. You've watched my FGO content since my Jalter guide a while ago. Wow, that's more than a while ago. That was like 5-6 years ago. I think, I'm pretty sure at this point. Stop by here and then, but good to see you doing well. I'm not exactly doing well, as in like IRL's kind of kicking my ass, but I'm trying to hang in there as best I can at least. But appreciate the kind words regardless, and you stopping by. I can only hope that you're doing better than I am at least. But yeah, appreciate the kind words nonetheless anyway. They're just bullying the shit out of this Virgil dude, I think. Not my Virgil. The Virgil I know would have just judgment slashed everyone. Let's see. God, I still have to finish the Game of the Rich world quest. That's gonna take God knows how long. I'll probably have to do that off stream, to be honest. Might as well get Chiori's story quest done. Genshin still doesn't have a skip button, and even games that do have good stories have that. Yep. The absolute state of Hoyo to have the ignorance, or not ignorance, sorry, it's not ignorance in this case, the arrogance to not put in a skip button for Genshin, or even Star Rail for that matter, is fucking mind-numbing. The sheer fucking arrogance, man.
今日は店にいるんだな。そっか、確かにそうかもな。私に二言はないわ。お客さんとの約束は必ず果たす。これが商売ってものよ。ドレスは日の当たらないところに置いて、不用意に畳んでシワを作らないように。あと取り出すのは結婚式当日まで待った方がいいけど。
You have any idea why they won't make a skip button? My theory is that they want to make people care about the story. Because in my opinion, my theory goes something like this. MiHoYo wants, obviously, because they want Genshin to be as big as possible, they're going to try anything that they can do to keep players as invested in their game as possible. So, I would say that the reason why there's no skip button in Genshin is because that's one of MiHoYo's ploys to like try to force people to like care about the game, because if you don't have a choice but to read the story, then some people are actually going to be like, okay, whatever, might as well read the story then, and so that way hopefully they get hooked to the story and thus to the game as well. So, it's basically another way for MiHoYo to make more people care about their game. By forcing them to. Pretty much. Do you think you'll get do I think you'll get Arlecchino if you save right now for her when we're only 3 weeks out and you're at bottom of pity? No. Unless you get lucky. But I mean, given what you've told me in my own chat, Naruto, you've gotten lucky every single time. Or not every single time, you got spooked by D-Luke last time. So not every time. But a lot of the time you get lucky, so I don't know. That's up to you, man. I don't know. Sometimes all it takes is just 1 or 2 multis to get a character you want, right? So, trust your luck, I would say. You're kind of new to the whole gacha thing because you've only played Star Rail and Genshin. Why'd you want to skip story? And is that how you guys get invested into it? Here's the thing, Sally. Not every player, everyone who plays gacha games is that, like, not everybody cares about the story. Like, believe it or not, a lot of players care more about a gacha game's gameplay than they do story. Ideally, you should care about the story. I agree. Ideally, if you want the full gacha experience, you should want to read the story. The issue that I have personally with how MiHoYo does it is that because there's no skip button in Genshin and Star Rail, it feels like the devs are forcing you to read the story, as in you don't have the choice whether or not you want to read it in the first place or not. And ultimately, that's what I'm advocating for the most. Basically, player choice. Because if you go into a gacha game not caring about the story, and then you find out that the devs are basically forcing you to read the story anyway, bro, you're not gonna convince that person that all of a sudden the gacha game story is good. Even if it is good, they're not gonna care. So if anything, that's just gonna drive the players away from one of them wanting to play the story more, because they realize that this is what they have to fucking deal with from now on. Where they have to just drag through the story, right? Then they're gonna burn out. They're gonna burn themselves out from playing the game really, really fast. And burnout is the worst thing that can happen to a gacha player, generally speaking. Because if they don't feel like playing the game anymore, that's that. Like, gacha games, like, thrive on players wanting to play their games every day. Because they're live service games. Or at the very least, on a regular enough basis where they come back, you know, to keep up with the game, roll for more characters when there are new characters out, blah, 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 whatever. So yeah. Not only that, but it's basically an industry staple. It's literally only Genshin and Star Rail that don't have skip buttons. Every other gacha game that I've played, give you a skip button. So if you don't want to read the story for whatever reason, either because you're not interested in the story to begin with, or you just don't have the time to read the story, then you can. Those games, every other gacha game out there allows you to just skip the story. And most of the time, those other gacha games as well have story replay functions where if you want to come back and read them, then sure, you're more than welcome to do that as well. But Genshin and to a certain extent Star Rail don't have those functions. They don't have a story replay function. And if you want to read the story again, then well, I mean, it's either, well, sucks to suck, buddy, you should have paid more attention to it the first time, or you go on YouTube and look that shit up on your own. But that's not quite the same as just being able to log onto your own account and just read the story from there. So basically, MiHoYo is making it making story unnecessarily restrictive for no real reason to the players, other than, in my opinion, just trying to force their own players to care more about their games. And like personally, I don't like that. That rubs me the wrong way. So yeah, like, if Genshin and Star Rail had better stories than they did, sure, that might be a good enough excuse for them not having a skip button. But here's the thing, the gacha game that has the best story out of all gacha games that I play, which is called Fgeo, which is on the bottom left of my stream right now, even Fgeo has a skip button. Even though Fgeo, which I consider to be the gacha game that has the best story out of all gacha games on the market right now, even that game has a skip button. You can skip the entire thing if you don't care about it. And a lot of the time, a lot of players do. Because you're not gonna, even though, you know, a game has the best story, again, you can't force a player to care about it if they don't have the mindset of caring about it in the first place. Like, that's not how convincing people works. Like, if you want to try to convince people, ideally those people need to already be in the mindset of like, oh yeah, convince me that something is good to begin with. Unfortunately, a lot of people just don't have that mindset to begin with. And there's nothing you can really do to like try to force them to change their minds. So like, why bother trying to fight that? Like, you're just going to end up antagonizing a lot of other people along the way. But Genshin can get away with it because they're the biggest gacha game in the world. It's part of what I like to call top gacha privilege, where because Genshin's the biggest game in the world, MiHoYo can basically do whatever they want and they can get away with it. But yeah, plenty of people have plenty of reasons for playing gacha games. Everybody plays it for their own reasons. Usually you can group them into different like categories, like, oh, people really like the gameplay, or people really like the story, or whatever else it may be. But yeah, you have to acknowledge the fact that not everybody plays these games for the story. Ideally they should, because it is part of the experience, but at the same time, forcing people to read the story is... like, that should have never been a thing to begin with, and yet here we are 3-4 years later and Genshin still doesn't have a skip button. And likely it probably never will. And again, that means that MiHoYo comes off as being, like, needlessly arrogant. Because it feels like MiHoYo is trying to shove their story down people's throats. Which should never be the thing. Which should never be a thing as far as gacha games are concerned. But yeah, that's how I would explain my position on that. So yeah, hopefully I was able to give you a little bit more perspective on perhaps why that is. And then Star Rail's not firmly second place. I mean, yeah, Star Rail was always going to be the second biggest gacha game, just because it's made by Hoyoverse. So it's like, oh yeah, duh. 2 more regions remaining until Genshin ends, right? Do you really think Genshin will end in just 2 more regions? Like, let's be honest here. Do you really think MiHoYo is just going to EOS Genshin as soon as we have all 7 regions? Wow, all that prologue talking just to start the fucking story quest? Jesus Christ. Just a different world, it seems. Yeah. Yeah. Everybody's got their own experiences with, well, basically anything. You do things for your own. You do things differently for your own reasons. They're all completely valid, most of them anyway. I mean, hell, even the experience of gacha players between like people who decide to spend money on these games and people who don't. Those are two completely different worlds too. So, yeah, how you approach these sorts of games and what you're looking to get out of them differs from person to person. But at the same time, I want, even though everyone's experience with a gacha game will always be a little bit different, of course. I mean, it's not just for gacha games; it applies to everything. The game itself should allow for any way to be played, or as many ways as people want to play it as there can be available. Because, like, there being a skip button in Genshin Impact is not going to impact people who want to read the story, right? Like, what does a skip button... If, for example, MiHoYo adds a skip button to Genshin tomorrow, like, that's not going to impact the experience of people who are interested in Genshin's story because they're just not going to use it. Whereas it'll make all the difference with the people who don't care about the story and just want to get on with the story or like do something else, like actually play the game or whatever. So like Genshin unfortunately like falls flat hard in that area. Well, that and Star Rail too, but at least Star Rail is a little bit better with that. A little bit. Not by much. But yeah, maybe one day Genshin will add a skip button, but it definitely won't be anytime soon. That and maybe Genshin will one day add a some sort of proper story playback function too, because Genshin does not have that. Why do you like watching the story in Japanese? I'm used to Japanese voice actors. It's what I grew up with. There is a skip button just available for the hangout events. Oh, that's funny. Not that I would know because I don't really do hangouts. Maybe they could still add a new element. Oh, they're definitely adding new elements. My personal theory is that they're definitely adding new elements once we get all seven regions. Yeah, because after we get all 7 regions, my prediction, even though I'm not totally aware of Genshin's overall story or plot or whatever, My prediction is that once we get all 7 regions, we then either go into Kanria proper, or like there's gonna be some bigger overarching storyline that we're gonna have to deal with next. And like characters like Dainsleif and Skirk existing means like that's confirmation enough for me personally that MiHoYo eventually wants to add two new elements. Like I predict it'll be like some sort of like dark element and like some light element. I mean, cause we have like some sort of abyss related element entirely. Cause I mean we have the whole fucking abyss order and shit. So it's like, yeah, that's kind of like a really easy guess to make.
奴はこれまでに何度もしおり屋に迷惑行為を働いてきた。その手段も卑劣なもので、周囲に悪影響を及ぼすものだったため、出立艇から警告がされた。
They're also nice because sometimes gameplay mechanics are tied to story progress, like FGO's Grail casting. Yeah, there's that too. Have you played a gacha game called Dragon Ball Legends? I think you've asked me this question before. Sounds familiar. No, I have not played a game like that. I mean, I know about DBZ, I know about Dokkan Battle. I think I might have seen an ad for Dragon Ball Legends, actually. I mean, I'm sure, Dragon Ball, with how big the DBZ or the Dragon Ball IP is, I'm sure Dragon Ball has plenty, like, a handful of different gacha games out there.
愚かの意味を知ってるかしら。それは何度も何度も何度も何度もくだらないことを繰り返す。
I'm sorry, Chiri. I didn't know we were playing fucking Far Cry.
もしまた私の友達の猫の毛に一本でも触れたら、次にお尻が着地するのは地面とは限らないから。おい、しおり。
You forgot to do March, the month of your Grail casting for the month of March. Yeah, definitely something you can forget to do if you're not like on top of it every month. Honestly, I think it's okay if you forget to do like 1 month of Grail casting because like 2,000 servant coins is a fuck ton. Like not a lot of people are gonna have the servant coins necessary to be able to fund Grail casting every month. So that might be a hard sell. Why is this dude's name Uther? you gonna have a son named King? You gonna have a son named Arthur? I mean, technically there is a kid named Arthur back in Mondstadt.
ごめんなさい。小さい頃からの習慣で、街中でゴミを見ると思わず掃除したくなっちゃうの。お前。二人ともまだ何か言いたいことは？私はもう大丈夫。同じようなことが二度と起こらないことを心の底から願ってるわ。これで終わりだと思うなよ。
P rolling is such a boring thing to do for most people, yeah. Yeah, fuck that asshole.
過剰になりすぎないようにと言っていたはずだが、私はならないよう努めるって言ったの。そして確かにそうしたわ。最初はちゃんと口頭で注意したのよ。でも反省した様子が全くない上に、耳障りな脅しまでしてきてね。外に投げ捨てなければならないほどのか。そうよ。信じてくれないかもしれないけど、それにちゃんとお灸を据えてなかったらきっと次もあったでしょうね。警察隊に任せてくれてもよかったんだが。もちろんそうするつもりよ。でも証拠を集めるのにも時間がかかるでしょ。
Yeah, deal with bureaucracy.
いくらでも白を切れるし、私はこれ以上ファッションウィーク中に面倒事を起こしたくないのよ。それにキララには今後も配達をしてもらわなきゃいけないし、 彼女の安全も確保しないと。
It's actually fun, but it's usually a person who likes Dragon Ball and watch the anime that plays it. I mean, would you believe that the IP for a gacha game, if it's something that's like, if it draws from an originally existing IP, would you believe that that's going to draw in a lot of players who are familiar with the original IP? So, oh yeah, a lot of people who watch like the Dragon Ball animes and whatnot have like end up playing Dragon Ball gacha games. Oh yeah, big shocker. Oh, there's a chest in this area. Oh no, I know this chest. I don't know how to reach this chest actually. I have no idea how the fuck to get down there. So I'll try to find it later, I suppose. The travelers have unique forms and elements that you can see, and you can see in their swords in the beginning. I mean, the traveler is literally an alien to Teyvat, so yeah, that's not surprising. Well, we think they're aliens, but perhaps they're really not. Ooh, shocker.
次に町を出るときはフォンテーヌの特巡隊に護衛してもらいなさい。それで途中からスピナディローシダに引き継いで後半の護衛を担当してもらうわよ。そうすれば次に配達するとき、砲塔団のやつらでさえ大慌てでキララの荷物を運ぶのを手伝ってくれるでしょうね。千織お姉さんったら冗談がうまいんだから。ん？冗談を言ったわけじゃないわよ。知ってるでしょ？私に二言はないって。私が言ったってことはもうその準備ができてるってことなの。稲妻に帰るのは明日よね。え？しおりお姉さん、まさか。特巡隊の隊長にはもうよろしく伝えておいたわ。明日特巡隊が朝練のコースを変更してくれることになってるから。後でナビアにも声をかけておくから安心して。いやいや、そこまでしなくてもいいよ。配達員が銃を持った人やサングラスをかけた人たちに囲まれて歩いてたらいくらなんでもおかしいでしょ。フォンテーヌに来る旅ってわけじゃないし、今回だけよ。私を安心させると思って今回は受け入れてちょうだい。私の友達に手を出したらどんな結果になるか奴らに分からせるためにもね。君たちまでそう言うなら分かったよ。
Maybe people played Dragon Ball Fighter Z and the games like Budokai Tenkaichi. I think that's what it's called. And had great times with those games. If you're saying that, if you thought that I said that only people who know about Dragon Ball can enjoy those games, that's not what I said. Because yes, obviously you don't need to have watched the animes or like know about Dragon Ball extensively before playing those games in order to enjoy them. Obviously not. I'm pretty sure all I said was, like, if you make a game that's based on an already existing IP, like Dragon Ball, for example, then, yeah, you're going to have a lot of people who are familiar with Dragon Ball, or whatever the IP is, come over and check out your game. Because you're using an IP that they're familiar with already. So I was like, yeah, of course that's going to happen. If you watch DBZ or just Dragon Ball in general when you were young, if not, you're missing out. Well, I didn't have much of a childhood, so yeah, I missed out. But at the same time, there's a lot of things I also missed out on, so I'm not particularly concerned about Dragon Ball on its own.
これまでちょっと破けるたびにフォンテーヌに来てたけど、やっぱりそこそこ遠いから。どちらかというと、君にはもっと気をつけてもらいたいんだけど。十分しっかりと縫ってあるのよ、それ。火の上でうたた寝してると、たまに油断して枝に引っ張って
Nice. Lucari is switched over to Star Rail now. Let's see if he can pull Acheron or not. Oh no, he already has Acheron, so I must have missed his rolls already. Well, fuck. It's either that or he already rolled for Acheron off stream or something.
よかったら明日私の店に来てモデルをやってくれない？いや、もっと端的に言うと、私の服のマネキンになってほしいの。おお、つまりオイラに服を試着させるってことだな。そういうこと。君たちに着てもらったまま、ついでに縫い具合やシルエットを調整させて。難しくなさそうだな。ステージに立つモデルはもう予約してあるから、君たちの手を煩わせることは。
Your grandma banned DBZ from her house because she said all the characters look constipated. To be fair, they kind of do. With all the screaming they do, at least. So I'm not surprised that that was actually her rationale there. That's also kind of funny, too. Hey, better than the shit that my mom pulled. You shouldn't be watching cartoons because you should be a good Asian kid and do your homework and study. Thanks, Mom. Appreciate it. 20 years later, I would grow up to be fucking unemployed and have trouble looking for a job. So, glad that worked out, right? Fucking bitch. Asian parents sure are something, yeah. And I didn't even get the good ones either. Did you see the one video Lucari was losing his mind and when he spent hours being a boss but couldn't? I might have seen that. I'm more familiar with Lucari, the one Lucari meme clip that went viral of him playing Star Rail last year and just screaming about the clip where he goes, I want to swipe, I want to swipe, I want to swipe. I know that one. But given that it's Lucari, I'm not very surprised. Oh, that's cute. Kirara's box has a fucking escort. Hey, JKLZ, I don't know how to say your name, but hopefully I did. Hopefully I got it right. You still like Azure Lane? Yes, I do. I still play it. I mean, you can see my Azure Lane account on the bottom middle of the screen there. You think it's worth starting in 2024? As long as a gacha game is alive and well, any gacha game is worth starting in 2024, as long as you actually want to play it. From here, say you've never heard of any good Asian parents, only the less bad ones. I'm sure there are good Asian parents out there. Not all of them are bad, obviously, but especially among immigrant, like zero generation, immigrant Asian parents. Oh no, they're all pretty bad. The reason why is because obviously they're immigrants. They're starting completely new lives on a different fucking continent that they don't know, so they have to be ruthless in order to maximize their chances of actually, you know, leading successful lives here in America or Canada or wherever else they immigrate or emigrate to. So like I understand why they're like that, but like it completely destroys depending on the family. Some obviously some families handle it better than others, but it has the potential to completely destroy like normal family dynamics, as it did for mine, unfortunately. You have no idea how things would have gone if your parents were Asian, because you were a delinquent as a kid. You got arrested back when you were 10. Oh boy. I would imagine if you had the kind of Asian parents that I had, they would either lock you in the house for like a year, or they would probably disown you on the spot and either send you off to boarding school or just put you up for adoption. Something like that. Oh, it was an Elden Ring clip? Why am I not surprised? Okay, what are we doing? Ah! I'm getting stuck. Adoption? Oh, I don't think I've told you this. I don't think I told you this story yet. But back in high school, I think during my freshman year, my parents were, at least my mom specifically, was so dissatisfied with how my grades were going that she strongly considered sending my ass off to boarding school, which is like 2 steps removed from putting me up for adoption, basically. That was a fun time in my life, that's for sure. I remember those times fondly. Brutal, yep. I think it started off with when my mom realized that I was about to get a C in my algebra. Was it algebra 2? Yeah, it had to be algebra 2. My algebra 2 class as a freshman in high school. That's I think what set her off. It's been a while, so I probably don't remember most details at this point. But probably something like that. You do realize you wouldn't be jobless if you listened to your mother? Naruto, don't tell me what the fuck. Don't comment on what the fuck the dynamics are between me and my family. This is my fucking business. I'm just telling you about it because I choose to. I don't know how it is between you and your family, but I pray to God that you have a better family than mine. It sounds like it is, considering you think very highly of your own mother. I hope things stay that way. But when it comes to things that I talk about between me and my mom, shut the fuck up. Stay in your fucking lane. Hey Cal, how's it going, man? Did you miss a bad take? Not really a bad take, just some idiot in my chat trying to comment on things he shouldn't be commenting on. You need Kuroko now? Oh, Shidoko, right. Shidoko alter. I do wonder when they'll put her as a playable character in Blue Archive, though.
フォンテーヌが水に沈むとか？服を着なければ災難から逃れられるって予言があるんじゃないわよね。同じ日にこう何人も返品を頼んでくるなんておかしい。
You think the attitude of raising kids changed over the years? I mean, yeah, social like norms and customs always evolve. They always do.
犯罪者と手を組んだ違法業者じゃないか。
お客さん、落ち着いてください。
So it's not anything new. This is just how, unfortunately, some of us have experienced growing up.
そんなデマを載せてるのはどこの新聞社よ。
Like you always hear memes about Asian and like especially Latino parents like pulling out using what's the official term for it? Like basically beating the shit out of the kids as a form of discipline. Oh yeah, we went through that. I went through that for sure. Like things that Westerners, like a lot of Westerners would consider to be like straight up child abuse. Except it's just normal for Asian and like Hispanic cultures. To the point where like we'll joke about, oh yeah, our moms are pulling out the chanclas or whatever. So it's a variety of factors, like social, like cultural norms versus like changing social norms over the ages or whatever. Like, with or without social media, like, those will always change. It's just that with social media thrown in there, obviously things get very volatile very fast. And lo and behold, things are very volatile with social media involved.
おいらやっぱり心配だぞ。疑惑を晴らす一番の方法は実力を見せつけることよ。
Didn't know you'd get that mad? I don't know, man. I don't think it takes that much brain power to realize that commenting on somebody else's, like, experiences, especially when it's clearly about something that they're not very fond of. I don't know, man. I don't think it takes a genius to know that you probably shouldn't comment on that. But I mean, this is you we're talking about, so maybe that was my mistake for thinking you were capable of that sort of perspective to begin with. Hi, sir. Yesterday you got C0 R1 Neuvillette and C0 Kazu. You have 134 pulls up. Should you go for C1 Neuvillette or wait for Arlecchino? Take note, you have you don't have D-Luke, Kecking right as your 5 stars, so you wait for love from India. C1 Neuvillette more. I would say safe Arlecchino. Our C0 R1 Neuvillette is more than good enough. Like, I don't even know what Neuvillette C1 is, and I'll tell you, you don't need it. Neuvillette just works. Like his game plan is so solid, you don't need an extra constellation. In my opinion. I mean, I can look up what Neuvillette C1 is now. But I'll probably tell you that his constellations are probably not really needed. What's his C1? Where can I fucking look that up? Oh, found it. When Neuvillette takes a field, he will obtain 1 stack of past draconic glories from his passive heir to the Ancient Sea's authority. You must have it unlocked, and his interruption resist will be increased while using charge attack, and blah blah blah. 1 stack of past draconic glories. When a party member triggers vape, blah blah blah. Basically, any core reaction, any core hydro reaction, will be granted 1 stack of past draconic. Blah 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 will be granted Neuvillette for 30 seconds, max 3 stacks. What it does is it causes his charge attack to deal more damage. What that means is C1. So he's basically starting at level 1? Is that what that's saying? When he takes the field, he'll obtain 1 stack immediately. Okay, I see. So he just starts with the 10% bonus right away. That's whatever. Yeah, who the fuck cares? Yeah, no, C0R1 Neuvillette is more than good enough. So yeah, I would say Amar. I'll just call you Amar. Yeah, just say for Arlecchino. Because it sounds like you don't have a lot of characters in your account, so having more characters is always very important if you're just starting out, if you have an account that doesn't have a lot of characters, because having more characters means that you have more options. And yeah, once your account gets to the point where you have all the options in the game, then you can think about making individual characters stronger, or more stronger than they are now. English is hard, but it's the best way I can put it. So yeah, no, say for Arlecchino. Anyways, what do I need to do? Get out of here. Okay. You can always just use another Hydro too. Yeah, not that you would need to, because Neuvillette is one of the best characters in the game. But yeah, you always have that option if you have another Hydro character. But yeah, I would say just say for Arlecchino. You already got Kazu, you already have Neuvillette, and you got his weapon too. Like, if you said you didn't get his weapon, like if you were asking me, oh, should I go for C1 Neuvillette or R1 Catalyst or R1 Signature, then I would have said, oh, go for a signature. But you already have a signature, so that's good enough. So yeah, Arlecchino. Easy decision, at least in my opinion. What's the game called in the lower right corner? Oh, the one with the Choco waifu with the huge titties and the kimono? Oh, that game is called Nikkei Goddess of Victory. You may have seen some streamers do like sponsored streams for them recently, because they have like this April Fool's event. Oh, and they also have a ReZero collab going on right now that's going for another week, I think. But yeah, if you're talking about that game, it's called Nikkei Goddess of Victory. Or Goddess of Victory, Nikkei, some order. Might be the other way around. Where you grew up, it's like, it's fine if I get arrested, but please just don't call my parents. Yup. Yup. Yeah, man. The fucking absolute fear that we had as kids of our parents. Ugh. Personally, I wish I was able to grow the balls to just say fuck you to my parents earlier, because honestly they deserved it. But unfortunately that happened a little too late for me. Suppose I only have myself to blame for that, but is Neuvillette more versatile than Kokomi? In terms of utility, no. Kokomi is still more versatile, but Neuvillette just shits out damage, so that's cool. What catalyst would you give him if you don't have a signature? I think the best one will probably be the Sacrificial Jade catalyst from the Battle Pass, from the second set of new Battle Pass weapons. That's probably that's the only other weapon I think that currently makes sense on Neuvillette. All the other catalysts in the game are kind of like whatever. Like they either scale with HP or like they give crit stats, but like their passive is something that Neuvillette doesn't really care about. or it just doesn't work with him. Like gives him attack percent or something that he doesn't care about. So like honestly, that's honestly Neuvillette's biggest problem, despite how good he is. He just doesn't have very good free-to-play weapon options. It's like either you're a BP gamer, you're a battle pass gamer, or you just roll for his signature and get it over with. And if you don't have either, it's like, okay, well, what else can you use? I think somebody in my YouTube chat said that like he can still use, for example, prototype Amber and he'll still be fine generally, which I guess is okay, because at least prototype Amber is free to play because you can just forge that. But I don't know. Even then, he doesn't really have that great of options. Can you give him Baiju Catalyst? You might be able to. I just don't know how good it would be on him. Like to be fair, it makes sense. Like all of the effects that it has make sense because HP percent main stat and like the passive gives him extra elemental damage bonus. So it's nice to have. I just don't know how good it is. Excuse me. Telling your parents to fuck off is probably harder than most times than actually running away from home. Oh yeah, no, that's so true, man. That's so fucking true. Like, I had a couple of times where I ran away from home to either hang out at my friend's place or like literally spend a night on a bench in a park overnight in like fucking 20, 30 degree weather. Well, let's be honest, it was more like 40 or 50 degree weather because, you know, I've always lived in Southern California, but so it's like the weather wasn't that bad. But I mean, for somebody who's grown up in SoCal for his entire life basically, I mean that sort of weather is pretty bad for me, especially for a kid. So never played Nikke, but the ad that they released that pissed off a bunch of people was hilarious. Yeah, that one Thai ad. So yeah, no, like it takes a, like if you're a kid and you have the absolute balls to tell your parents to go fuck themselves or something, like you're just built different, man. Like most Asian kids or just most kids who have like kind of tough to deal with parents, like most kids will just rather just run away from the problem. Because I mean, to be fair, what else do we know how to do? Neuvillette works best with a shielder. Oh yeah, because his HP keeps going up and down. Yeah, that's true. You want to make sure Neuvillette doesn't get smacked in the face at a really bad time or something. You have Luo-chan Huohuo, so your sustain is covered, but you really want Event Train, but you're not sure if that's worth it or not. Event Train doesn't sound... Event Train isn't bad, no. I think in your case, Khaled Alter, because you have double sustain, you can roll for Event Train, but instead of running him as pure sustain like most players will, you can afford to build him with crit stats, because Event Train should have some decent actual like damage output, because he has his own follow-up attack system, and he should have a single target ultimate, I think, because that's how he puts his debuff onto one enemy that increases the crit damage they take. So basically a crit damage buff for your team as long as they hit that one enemy. So losing to 50 on a character you needed the most really sucks. Welcome to Genshin, man. It happens. So it's either like, are you willing to just like let their banner go and wait for the their next rated to show up, which you don't know when it will, or do you think you're gonna have to spend money for it if that's an option for you? You gotta, at least you have time, Naruto. You got the next three weeks. I forget who you said you mentioned you lost the coin flip too, but I mean, That's a decision you're gonna have to make within the next 3 weeks. But yeah, gacha games do be like that, man.
とりあえず一旦戻るか。
Oh hey, look, Lakari is suffering in Star Rail. Why am I not surprised?
あれ、サルロットじゃんか。どうしたんだ？君たちに会いに来たのよ。
You lost it. Oh no, I was asking. Maybe I worded my question badly. I was asking who you were rolling for that you ended up getting spooked by D-Luke.
でしょ？あのデマには私も頭に来てるの。あの記事を書いた人はスチームバード新聞がこんな根も葉もない記事を載せるはずないって知ってたんだわ。それで他の新聞社を片っ端から買収したみたい。千織さんにこのまま汚名を着せるわけにはいかないわ。だから取材して執筆者に反論する記事を
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, missing out on Neuvillette definitely sucks. Cause yeah, he's one of the characters I've said before that like he's one of the best characters you can have in the game. I would say. Yeah. Because the 4 best characters, in my opinion, that you want to have in Genshin, what the fuck is with that camera angle? Are Raiden, Kazuha, Raiden, Kazuha. Who is the 3rd non-Hydro character? It was Nahida, right? So Raiden, Kazuha, Nahida, and then a 5-star Hydro character of your choice between Yelan, Neuvillette, and Farina. Like one of those 3 Hydro characters. Take your pick, basically. And those are your 4 best. Those are the 4 best characters in the game. So yeah, Neuvillette being on that list and not being able to get him is pretty bad, or it sucks for sure.
俺が見たところ、チオリアは今回の件でもうダメだろうな。客に黙ってあんなことをやってたんだ。ま、当然の報いさ。私、チオリアで服を買ったことがあるのよ。
Hey, this sounds like my YouTube video comments.
実際どうなの？
Reason you didn't pull on it because you listened to this YouTuber named Mtash? Well, that's your first mistake. But yeah, no, well actually, fuck Mtash. Don't listen to him when it comes to like actual gacha advice. To be fair, you shouldn't really listen to anybody's takes on a character within, like, before they come out. Like, you should at least always wait a solid week after Genshin and Star Rail characters, for that matter, but you care about Genshin. Like, you should wait for a solid week when new characters join Genshin for people to actually have, like, valid takes on how good they are. Like, I don't know if Mtash was telling people even after Neuvillette was released in the game, telling people, oh yeah, no, like, don't roll for him. In which case, he's just fucking stupid. Like, if he was saying that before Neuvillette came out, then yeah, he has the excuse. I can give him the excuse that, oh yeah, he just didn't know what he was talking about. Because plenty of people are wrong when it comes to, like, predicting how good a character can be, and turns out they're very different. Like, it can happen. It has happened before. So, I don't judge people that harshly, for, like, predicting a character wrong. That's fine. Like, it doesn't matter at the end of the day. But, like, a week in, like, we knew Neuvillette was really, really fucking good. And so, if you have anybody who still says Neuvillette is bad, or that you should skip him or whatever, no, they're fucking, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Navi is really good if built properly. Yes, I agree. She is in fact very amazing. One of the best Geo characters. I mean, Geo characters, so like how hard is it to become a good Geo character, let's be honest, but
いつか千織さんがデザインした
Still.
ウェディングドレスを着てみたいって口にしてたからでしょうね。でも何か問題が起きたのね。その後は彼の商売に
getting characters in Genshin is harder than in Star Rail because you almost always get the characters you want in Star Rail, not so with Genshin so far. Yeah, games can be kind of weird like that. It do be like that sometimes, unfortunately. It's easier on Nikkei too. I mean, Nikkei has a completely free-to-play gacha where you can still roll SSRs from, so yeah. Not only that, but you know, the pull chances are way better too. Fucking 4% for the premium gachas, even 2% of the free-to-play gachas. So yeah, on average, when you're playing Nikkei, you should get a lot. You should find yourself getting a lot more SSR characters than you would in games like Genshin or Star Rail. He apologized though. He tried Neuvillette in the trial and made a video on it. If he made a video on Neuvillette where he only used Neuvillette in the trial and that's all he knew, that's all he knew of Neuvillette there, then yeah, no, that's not a valid guide. Like, a valid guide would be a video where you pull Neuvillette, and then you level his ass up, and you actually use him in, like, Abyss or whatever. And then see how well he performs. Like, I know other I know other YouTubers like Mr. Slice, and I assume Sevi does this too. They, like, actually, like, roll the character, and then they level their asses up, and then they give them a variety of weapons and give them different artifact sets and see how well they perform. That's proper testing. Not fucking waltz into trial, use them once, and that all of a sudden you know how good Neuvillette is? Hell no. Get the fuck out of here. Ugh. I mean, isn't Entash that one dude who fucking, like, on 3 or 4 or even more separate occasions always said some shit like, oh, I'm quitting Genshin, and he always came back every single fucking time? It's like, yeah, not with the views you get on your Genshin videos, you're not gonna be quitting Genshin anytime soon, you dumb motherfucker. Yeah, go back to making Destiny videos, I fucking dare you. See how well that works out for you. I mean, actually, depending on how good his Destiny content was, maybe if he does go back to doing Destiny stuff, maybe he would actually get similar views. I don't know, to be fair. I only really know about him with the context of him being a Genshin YouTuber. So, maybe he actually does have some, like, fire Destiny 2 content. I don't know. Friends with Tectone? Well, the difference I don't know Mtash. I know Tectone far better than I do Mtash, to be fair. But as far as I'm aware, the difference between Mtash and Tectone is that at least Tectone knows, has a solid understanding of gacha games, whereas with Mtash, I don't know what the fuck is going through his head. Partly because I don't know him enough to know what he's thinking. Or to have, like, an accurate, like, grasp of, like, how much he knows gacha games. Maybe he does actually know a lot about gacha games, and it's just like this one time where he just happened to have a bad take on Neuvillette. I mean, everybody makes mistakes, of course. So, you know. Could always give him that. Mihoyo doesn't want to give you Dehya. Well, to be fair, Naruto, even if you did get spooked by Dehya eventually, like, it's gonna take a very long time for, like, you to be able to make her work. Like, she can be good, but, like, the amount of investment that you have to put into Dehya to make her good, to get to that point, to have her get to that point, is very, very restrictive. So I wouldn't really recommend Dehya for most people. Only if you really want to make her work. Only then, maybe. What's Chiori doing all the way out here?
君たちがここを知ってるの？あ、エローフェがバラしたのね。
Oh, that's him, yeah. C1 R1 Novi cost you 40k. You're so cooked for Arlecchino. God damn, 40k primos? Jesus fuck, man. I assume you must have gotten spooked, character spooked at least once. You must have lost weapon banner twice. You must have had to go full fucking epitomized path for weapon, right? I've never seen Traveler actually make this expression before. Maybe she has done this before, but it's the first time I'm seeing her do it here. Dude dropped an actual video game as his main to go gacha. To be fair, I mean, given the way Destiny 2 seems to have turned out, just from a development standpoint, I mean, he did make the right call, to his credit. So, I mean, if he doesn't want to go back to doing Destiny 2 content, I don't blame him. Destiny doesn't have the same popularity as before. Yeah, exactly. Not to mention Bungie's going through some shit right now, but weapon banner is a scam, yeah, and Genshin for sure. Fuck weapon banner. Your recent impression with Mtash is that he's weak-willed for pulling for pretty women. To be fair, everybody's weak to that. Or most guys are weak to that. So I'm not going to criticize Mtash just because, you know, Acheron's like, if he was like, he seems like the kind of person to say like, oh, I'm not rolling for Acheron, and as soon as Acheron drops, he's like, fuck it, I'm rolling for Acheron. Like sure, I could probably give him some shit for that, but to be fair, most people are like that too. Well, maybe not most people, but a lot of people are like that too. A lot of people out there were like, oh yeah, we're skipping Acheron, because I think Tectone made a video right before Acheron came out talking about how, like, oh, apparently there were a lot of Star Rail players who were planning to skip Acheron. Yeah, good joke, you're not. Not when it turns out Acheron is the best DPS in the game. With her light cone, that is, with her signature. But as long as she has a signature light cone, she's the best DPS in the game. So it's like, yeah, fuck no, you're not. What do you mean? What are you talking about? You're skipping her? Yeah, right. Good joke, motherfucker. Now fucking go to her banner and roll for her ass like the fucking, you know, pussy that you are. Oh, you have a team recommendation for beginners in Star Rail? For beginners, like if you're just starting out in Star Rail, sustained teams are really good. I mean, as they are in most games when you're just starting out. Like March 7th, with Preservation, not Preservation, yeah, Preservation? Yeah, Preservation, Trailblaze, you don't get them until you finish the Bellabog chapter. But when you do get them, Preservation MC is actually very good. Because they're very good defensively. And they have an AoE ult that you can use to like break enemies that are weak to fire, so that's nice. But beginner team, probably MC, March 7th. Who else? Natasha's free, so you run Natasha, obviously. And then whoever you happen to get as far as your 4th character is concerned. I mean, they do give you Danheng and Asta for free, so take your pick, I guess. That's exactly what happened. But yeah, exactly. Like that's what I'm saying. Like it's not just Mtash. Like the reason why I was able to predict exactly predict what Mtash ended up doing is because that's what a lot of people end up doing. They say, "Oh, we're gonna skip this character." As soon as the character drops, no, you're not. Yeah, Omega lol, you thought. LMAO, you fucking thought, bitch. Now spend those jades. What's the game on the lower right corner? Oh, I think I already answered that question. I think that's an old comment. Yeah, exactly. Acheron got him by the collar, but then again, who wasn't like just fucking, you know, dragged by the collar and kicking and screaming over to the gacha screen.
落ち込んでなんかないって言ったでしょ。
Making Blue Archive your main game has you spoiled. I know, right?
犯罪を行った証拠を探さないとな。シャルロットが今反撃罪
Better gacha games certainly hit different, as far as especially when their gachas are better.
戦うのはあまり好きじゃないけど、まあシャルロット
Kind of a different experience, if I do say so myself.
私も止めないわ。ユーザーの工房の住所を知ってる
I just realized my
そこに
music
行けば
stopped.
何かしら証拠が見つかるはずよ。後で一緒に行ってみようぜ。今回のフォンテーヌファッションウィークは残念だけど、あんまり気を落とすなよ。また機会はあるからな。え？何言ってるの？もちろん証拠も探すし、ファッションウィークにも参加するわよ。でも、用意したデザイン案が使えないって。
He's been really falling off with YouTube views because he got blackmailed by MiHoYo and can't make character guides before they come to ban. Oh, is this the thing about how MiHoYo's quote sponsoring content creators to make like come out with preview content or whatever? Or whatever the fuck? I guess MTash must have joined that program or something, right? I mean, that's his decision. Like, while I may criticize MiHoYo's decision to do that, I actually won't criticize him for deciding to participate in that program. That's his decision. So whatever shit that comes out of it, he'll have to deal with himself. But at least in that narrow aspect, I'm not going to like judge him one way or another. So, like, he decided to take that deal, so you know he gets to live with the consequences. You actually weren't super thrilled about rolling for Acheron yourself, but until you saw the emojis of her. Cute. We going diving? Alright, let's go. Dave the Diver gameplay right here, boys. Oh, excuse me.
かったならいっぱい取ってちょうだいね。任せてくれ。
You do have to respect him for calling out the bad sides of Genshin. Yeah, but anybody and their mother can do that. Any fucking Genshin content creator can do that. But like, to me that doesn't mean anything because MTash has nowhere near the experience of gacha games that I do. So from my perspective, what kind of take that MTash, what kind of take does MTash, well, not just MTash, but what kind of take would most other gacha content creators have that I would actually be seriously impressed by? Or like what kind of thing, what would they point out that I would actually be like, oh yeah, that's actually a good point that I didn't think of before? Like, perhaps some other gacha content creators out there, for sure. There are some people that I can name that I actually respect as fellow gacha content creators that I would actually have their reaction for, like Rexon, for example. But I wouldn't say MTash is on that list. It's a very short list, to be fair. But MTash does not sound like the kind of person where, oh, when he criticizes Genshin, it's something that I would actually listen to. Even if he does have even if he's not wrong, even if his take is acceptable, like that's not good enough. Like, I could have probably thought of that myself, and I probably have. Oh, excuse me. So it's like, okay, whatever. Like, let me know when MTash decides to make a 1 hour long video talking about how he thinks he can improve Genshin Impact. Because that's exactly what I've done 2 years in a row. So you let me know when he does something like that, and maybe we'll talk. He hasn't done that with Arlecchino. He's looked at the leaks and made a video that you should pull for her about Arlecchino. Yeah, I mean Arlecchino should be good. Hopefully she is. But yeah, we'll know for sure once she comes out. And some people do nothing but talk bad about Genshin. I wonder who they are. Arlecchino will legit be Thanos. Let's hope that she is, yeah. Who's the better pick, Novi or Alhaitham? Neuvillette. Gallo. In my opinion, Neuvillette. Alhaitham is very good. Don't get me wrong. He's extremely good. But Neuvillette's just on another level, I think. Not only that, but, you know, Neuvillette's banner is right now. Whereas I don't know when Alhaitham is going to get another banner. So we just don't know. Unless it's been leaked somehow already. Which might be. Dismantle the close. Oh, do we just hit him? Yeah, okay. I trust you. Wow, big words. But yeah, my opinion would be Neuvillette over Alhaitham. Arlecchino seems like safe Hu Tao. There are definitely, I've been hearing people compare Hu Tao with Arlecchino for sure, yeah. You see a new gacha game called Azure Premilia? Matter of fact, I made a react video on it earlier this week, I think. Yeah, I think I spent like a couple hours analyzing the footage and reacting to it basically. So yeah, I've seen it. Might actually kill Genshin. It's not going to kill Genshin. However, what I will say is that it will fiercely compete with Genshin as far as it has the potential. Sorry, it's not. I shouldn't say it will compete. Like I know it's gonna happen, but it has the potential to compete with Genshin's core audience, and that is casual players. Because Azure Premilia's gameplay has a lot of things that casual players really like, right? Like exploration. Like Azure Premilia's exploration, if they pull it off, should be like twice or three times better than Genshin's exploration is. Because like take how good Genshin's exploration is and then add mounts to it, right? That's like people have been asking for mounts in Genshin Impact for ages, right? Because like for a lot of people, like if you want to have a game that's about exploration, like it only makes sense to add mounts in there too, but Genshin has not done that yet, like so far. But then you have another game come out that also is very exploration heavy, and they do give you the option of like using mounts, right? And they showed mounts off at the start, right, in their gameplay, in their trailers. That means that they're designing their exploration to be used with mounts. Which means that exploration is gonna start off very good, or at least it should. And I trust the devs because I know the devs, not personally, but they make another game that I really like. One of the other gacha games that I play on my stream. Azure Lane specifically. So knowing how they handle Azure Lane, like, I have full faith in them that they'll be able to pull this off. But yeah, the explorations there with mounts, and that's going to be exciting, very exciting, even for hardcore players like us. Like, who doesn't like flying through the air on a big ass fucking dragon, right? So, like, that's something that everybody can enjoy, not just casuals and not just hardcores. Everybody will. You've also got farming, because everybody loves farming, and that's really, really fucking cool. And you've got the fucking Pokemon, you're right. Like, everybody loves Pokemon. So it's like, bro, Azure Parmelia has 3 things that are really gonna attract the casuals. Like, the only thing that Azure Parmelia probably doesn't have going for it is the fact that the devs are committed to only having waifus. But even though they're technically no husbandos, I mean, there are some NPCs, I'm sure, but even though there's technically no husbandos, so they're gonna miss out on a bit of on a good chunk of, like, you know, husbando appreciators or husbando enjoyers. Like, if the gameplay is good enough, then that they should still be able to attract a lot of those players anyway, at least in my opinion. So I would say that they have the potential to compete with Genshin. It's not gonna kill Genshin anytime soon, of course, but like, they can give Genshin a run for its money, potentially. We'll see how they execute it once we get, like, our first beta test for Azure Parmelia or whatever. But we'll see. It'll be exciting for sure. Yeah, more competition is always a good thing. Like, actual good competition. I'm not talking about, not including Tower of Fantasy, by the way. You didn't get C1 Shiori, so hopefully you'll win the 50-50. You didn't get... Did you get spooked trying to go for C1 Shiori? Then if so, your next 5-star is guaranteed. Hopefully there will be some, like, rare mounts you can obtain, like in World of Warcraft. I don't know how much I would appreciate, like, limited time mounts, like, especially mounts that you can never get ever again, because I know WoW, obviously being an MMO, probably has those, like, very, like, exclusive items or whatever. I'm hoping Azure Parmelia doesn't have anything like that, because, I mean, like, you know, the FOMO from that would fucking blow dick. But, like, I don't know, maybe, like, at the very least have, like, skins for mounts, maybe. But then again, I don't know how that would work. Because, like, if you're already rolling for characters, then, like, how do you expect to sell skins for mounts? I mean, they could, actually. They actually could, but we'll just have to see how they handle it, I guess. Wait till 2 days later, okay. Another gacha for my collection, yes sir. Another one to add to my collection. Farming poggers, yeah, pretty much. Hopefully there will be some rare amount. Oh, I already read that comment. Hopefully, Wuwa will save us more hardcore players. I think it will, but I would need to see how the game turns out to be once it fully releases. But I don't know. There are a few things that I am worried about because like it's very clear that who is it? That Kuro game has designed Wuwa to be a Genshin clone, right? And they've imported a lot of like things that Genshin does that they really didn't need to, right? Because I remember lurking in Rexland's stream, and he and his chat were complaining about like how fucking shitty it was trying to farm for like the echoes or whatever, like whatever the ecosystem is in Wuwa. Like Rexland was complaining about things that like Genshin's always done, like I don't know, gear farming and shit. And like it's very obvious that Kuro Game is trying to copy MiHoYo and what they've done for Genshin. Right? So, I don't know. We will have to see how much of Genshin that Kuro Game ended up copying for Wuthering Waves, and like what the differences are that Wuthering Waves has. So, guess we'll see. We'll see for sure. Hey Tepic, thanks for hanging out, man. We'll catch you next time. Have a good veg. You got into CBT 2, and that was your #1 complaint. Yeah, if that's our gear system, then I'm not surprised that it was your #1 complaint. Cause yeah, like if Wuthering Waves gearing is anywhere near as bad as Genshin's is, then like that's gonna kill the game for a lot of hardcore players, because a lot of us don't want to have to deal with the with Genshin's shitty ass artifact bullshit a second time, or perhaps even a third time if you play Star Rail too. So if Wuthering Waves makes that mistake, then holy shit. You don't know if you caught, I caught the latest dev stream, which I did, where they announced their official release date. But it seems like they've completely revamped the ecosystem, among other things. I'm aware that Kuro Game has been listening to a lot of their feedback, and it's great that they have been responding to it and then trying to adjust the game accordingly. But we're only seeing a few things that they choose to tell us. We will know for sure when the game fully comes out and we're able to take it apart and analyze it like in its entirety. And I hope that they've made the ecosystem a lot more player friendly, let's just say. I hope that is the case. But maybe you're more familiar with Kuro Game as a developer studio than I am, because I don't play PGR. Oh, you can actually talk to the turtle. Is there something that happens? Or are we just talking to a fucking turtle? Yeah, we're just talking to a fucking turtle. Oh, hey, it's Sunny and Luca. They're back here. Anyways, where do we need to go? But yeah, let's see if Kuro Game can deliver. If only Relic Synthesizer didn't cost 10 gold relics. Yeah, that shit fucking blows. Especially because in Genshin, like, how do you have a better... How does Genshin end up having a better fucking, like, relic/artifact recycling system than fucking Star Rail does? Like, holy shit, bro. To be fair, events do give you extra relic scrap, but even then, bro, like, holy shit. Like, one of the very few L's that Star Rail actually takes over, over Genshin. Very surprising, I know, but... Also, what the fuck is this? Fucking swimming in sewer water or some shit. Oh, that's weird. They put my trial Chiori as number 4. That's fucking weird. How do you get multiple games to show on stream? Oh, just multiple browser scenes, browser or like game scenes. That's it. Every game that you see on my stream overlay right now, if you can even call it an overlay, is their own. Like they have their own game scene that connects specifically to that window. You hope the devs aren't being overworked, given that the game is supposed to come out next month. You heard they're outsourcing to public localizers. Public localizers. For WUA specifically, I mean, they probably are, because apparently they had to revamp the entire story up until this point in just 6 months or some shit. So you can bet your ass they've been working their asses off to push WUA out at this rate. At least, you know, that's the vibe that I get. Whoops. Why is Lakari fucking zooming in on links? The elevator stopped. We're all gonna die. Was the gotcha command implemented? Yeah, exclamation mark gotchas. Gotchas plural. Oh, cool. We're going swimming in fucking sewer water. Lovely. Ugh. Did you play ReZero collab Nike? If so, how are the characters? Yes, I have Emilia and Rem. Apparently, Rem and Emilia are both pretty good, but in different places. I think Emilia is currently listed as double S tier, which is only only one step away from top tier, which is triple S. So she's what is it? She's double S tier, so that means she's very good actually. And then who was it? Emilia is apparently a pretty damn good PvP character, so that's actually quite nice. no idea what we're even doing in this fucking factory. But... Oh, that Uther guy is a rival competitor who is trying to con Shiori out of business, I guess. We fucking swam in it, motherfucker. Finally got Welt from your free 5-star thingy from Stellar Warp. Is he good for farming? I guess you could say that. He does have an AoE ultimate. Or is he a boss battle? He's more for he's more for boss killing, or like setting up being either a sub DPS or like a utility character. Because his thing is that he puts speed debuffs on people and makes them work, or makes them act a lot more slowly than they usually would. Not only that, but if you have the resolution light cone, the 4-star resolution light cone, that means that Welt can also start putting defense debuffs on people too, which is quite nice. Will I ever make Lord? I think you mean to say lore videos? No, I don't really care about like the lore for most games. Yeah, if you're talking about lore videos, LORE, then no, probably not. Other people do those kinds of videos much better than I can. Will I branch out to Nikkei and Arknights? I don't know. So like pair with Dr. L plus Ratio? Yeah. Well, would be a great partner for Dr. Ratio, yeah. Sensei face reveal for Blue Archive went crazy. I mean, if you want to call it that, then sure. Dolphins log, not whales log, the rest of the series, or are you just missing something? Oh, for why don't I make all like Dolphins logs videos for those games? I guess I could have made one for Nikkei. I can see me doing that. But for Acheron, no, hell no. Because Acheron has way too many fucking characters. I'm getting a call real quick. New Karen and new Shun. I mean, Haruna has 3 versions now, so you never know. There's always a we have precedent for it now. So maybe just put your hands together and pray, I guess. Oh, not just Haruna, but Hina as well, right? Hina should have 3 versions now. Yeah.
見切りました。手伝って。そこ。ほら、あそこを見て。出口に通じてるかもしれない。
Which gacha game do you would I say has the best story, get best gameplay, and my favorite overall? Best story is easy, FGO. Best gameplay, that's hard to say because ultimately gameplay is subjective. Like, I would say out of all the gacha games that I play, the best overall would probably be Arknights. The issue is that a lot of people don't like Arknights because they don't like tower defense gameplay. Because that's basically what Arknights is tower defense. But if you don't like tower defense, then, you know, nobody, like, there's nothing people can tell you to, like, convince you to start playing Arknights. That's the issue. Also, where am I even going? Oh, I need to jump on that, like, pressure pad or whatever. Not a pressure pad, but whatever that thing is. But yeah, best story FGO, best gameplay, that's up to you. That's for you to decide. And my favorite overall will probably still be FGO. But I still really enjoy Genshin and Star Rail. Oh, back to this one. Free chest. What got? Oh, I already read that. With Marie Alter, does that mean we have hope for Boudica Alter? I mean, hopefully they haven't forgotten her ass, but dude, even if they come out with Boudica Alter, they're probably gonna make her so shit it doesn't even matter anyway. But I mean, I suppose it's better having Boudica Alter instead of not, even if a potential Boudica Alter design ends up being shit anyway. But we'll have to see. Okay, chat. Give me 1 second. Or not 1 second. I'm gonna probably need like 5-10 minutes on this. So I will be AFK for the time being. Just listen to the electronic music in the meantime, while I'm gone. Cause I gotta go take care of something. I don't know. Stare at Chiri's face while I'm waiting or something. 2, in your opinion, what's the best Archon story-wise? What's best gameplay-wise? Best artifacts or relics for Star Rail? Best Archon story? Farina, I think, in my opinion. I care the most about Farina's Archon story, personally. Best gameplay-wise? What do you mean gameplay? For which game? Genshin? Or are we just saying what gacha has the best gameplay? Because again, if that's what you're asking, that depends on you. I can't answer that for you. And best relics for Black Swan, the DOT set. Okay, be right back, chat.
布を断つにはハサミを使うはず。そんなつまらない規則なんてどうだっていいわ。使い勝手のいい刃物を使うまでよ。 突っ立ったまま動くつもりがないのなら、いっそ私のモデルになってくれない？綺麗な服をデザインしてあげるわ。布を断つにはハサミを使うはず。そんなつまらない規則なんてどうだっていいわ。使い勝手のいい刃物を使うまでよ。突っ立ったまま動くつもりがないのなら、いっそ私のモデルになってくれない？綺麗な服をデザインしてあげるわ。布を断つにはハサミを使うはず。そんなつまらない規則なんてどうだっていいわ。使い勝手のいい刃物を使うまでよ。 突っ立ったまま動くつもりがないのなら、いっそ私のモデルになってくれない？綺麗な服をデザインしてあげるわ。
Okay, we're back. Sorry, it took me a little bit. Had to go pick up something from the outside.
布を断つにはハサミを使うはず。そんなつまらない規則なんてどうだっていいわ。使い勝手のいい刃物を使うまでよ。
Okay, let's continue on.
動きが変じゃないか。
Even the steam kind of blocks you. Actually, how are we supposed to get up there? Now that I think about it. Oh, right, like this. Forgot that Chiori could do that. Wonder if there's any chests down here that I may have missed. Hopefully there isn't. Otherwise, that would really suck. Shit. Fucking artifact. Bullshit. Whoa. Y'all for more noir art? Yes, sir. I agree.
よ
Where even are we again? Didn't we like dive into like the ocean? Like I don't think we were anywhere near Fontaine City. How fast could you speedrun all of Genshin Story on a new account? It's gonna probably take you at least a week, maybe 2 weeks. Something like that. I mean, it'd be different if you could start with like a full team that was all fully geared and shit, but you can't do that. So.
そんなことにつぎ込むモラがあるならもっとまともなことに使ったらどう？俺にとってこれがまともなことだ。
Probably closer to like 2 months. I wouldn't doubt that actually.
君の薄汚い服を作ること？
ファッションがただの滑稽な茶番劇に過ぎないと証明してやることだ。無知な奴らが集まって騒ぎ立ててるだけでしかないとな。
What other games have I played or are playing that isn't gacha? I already answered that question, Naruto. You've asked me that question at least twice before.
Fashion ある理念に対する人々の憧れを指すの。そしてチオリアの理念は絶対に屈しないということ。
ファッション業界の長寿ことチオリアがどん底に陥った時、その理念がどれだけ馬鹿げたものかみんなも気づくだろう。
君のそのくだらない思い込みを証明するために私のブランドに手を出したの？ 昔の君はこんなんじゃなかった。人々の心を動かす作品を作りたいと意気込んでたユーサーは一体どこに行ったの？
現実離れした夢を追うことがどれだけ馬鹿げたことか気づいただけだ。
自分の夢を諦めた挙句、今やそれを蔑むなんて。全てを見透かしたかのように君は思い込んでるけど。 自分が諦めた道が間違ったものだと証明したいだけでしょ。そうやってただ自分自身をごまかしてるだけ。正直今の君は本当に情けないと思う。
情けないのはテイワット全部に自分のブランドを広めるなんて白昼も見てるお前の方だ。フォンテーヌにすらいられなくなるんじゃないか。
君の言う通り、夢を追う人はみんなバカかもね。
Maybe they'll introduce level 90 or 100 in Star Rail. Maybe after Genshin adds the ability for you to level up characters all the way up to level 100.
君たちこそ先に行ってちょうだい。でもあいつ手を持ってるぞ。大丈夫。先に会場に行って計画通り。
He has a gun in a world where guns don't do shit. Unless they're Navia's guns, and that's a different story.
君と協力関係にあった過去に免じて今までは多めに見てあげてたけどユーサ君の工房を見学させてもらって考えが変わったわ。
Bold to assume Genshin would get any type of quality of life? I don't think it's bold to assume considering they've had quality of life improvements over time. It's just nowhere near as fast as anybody wants it to, wants us to get them.
へようこそ。しおり屋がお届けする声援をご覧ください。華やかで目を奪う一線を隠した美しさ。そして何より大事なの。
You don't want to farm XP books all damn day. Laughs in F
しお
Chio.
りブランド。それでは来年の最近誌しおりの登場です。しおり、まさか。先頭ライトをこちらに。It's showtime。時代が変わり世界が変わってもしおりは変わらない。相手が誰だろうとどんな壁に阻まれようとしおりは屈しない。たとえ時代が相手でもしおりはファッションの先端を駆け続ける。最後にお忘れなきよう。夢を追いかける道でいかなる困難にもくじけない人こそしおりのブランドにふさわしい。では夢を追うすべての友人へファッションウィークをどうぞお楽しみください。
Nice little ending. That was cool. Now make these outfits farmable. Just put them in the more like just put them in the game.
完璧ね。よいしょっと。いいわね。しおりさん、写真を撮ってもいいかしら。もちろんよ。しおりお姉さんがお店のロゴを作ってたなんて全然知らなかったよ。ファッションウィークが始まる
How long was the quest? I only skipped like a bit of it. I mean, not that much to be honest. So it probably took me like the last hour to quote read through it all. I wasn't paying to the actual story, paying attention most of the time to the actual story. Though I was more focused on talking to chat. So.
ならそのロゴにはお兄ちゃんと私のトレードマークのファニーハットキャットとビックラキャットボックス、それからペールスも書かないと。
じゃあペールスのことは腹ペコクールペンギン。
Genshin charging like $30 for an outfit is crazy though. It is, but it's certainly not unheard of.
じゃあ帽子の中に2匹の猫と1匹
An hour does sound accurate though, yeah, obviously. Obviously it would have gone by a lot faster if I kept skipping through the dialogue. If I kept skipping through the dialogue, it probably only took me like what, 20 minutes?
旅人が渡してくれた証拠と合わせて明日のスチームバード新聞に載せられると思うわ。ありがとうシャルロット。気にしないで。人々に真相を伝えるのは記者として当たり前のことだから。お礼に今度からベリテ君の衣装は全部無料で仕立ててあげるわ。本当にいいの？もちろんよ。リネとリネットも遠慮しないで。今後公園で
Only $30, E7 charges like 50 for one KEKW. I know. A lot of other gacha games charge even more exorbitant prices for like cosmetics, like skins or whatnot. I mean, don't even let me get started on Girls Frontline skin gachas or any other gacha game that has a skin gacha associated with it. Hey, does spending $400 or $500 on a single skin sound like a great idea to you? Then play Girls Frontline today. Regardless, though, yeah, $30 is still quite a bit for a skin, though. Like, there's no really getting around that. Like, maximum price I think skins should be in any gacha game should only be like $20. Like, anything more than that is just, yeah. Oh, it's the Popo.
シュブルーズオイラたちの説明を
Go Cops. If anybody knows that song.
シュブルーズまで報告するように罪状を並べるのは楽しい？びっくりしたじゃない。こっちのセリフだ。次また会場であんなことをするなら事前に知らせてくれ。もし事前に君に
Also, are we not going to comment on how Chiori basically murdered Uther and nobody gives a shit about? Nobody is like, we don't know what the fuck's happening to his factory.
それなりの見返りもあったでしょ。有害な商品を生産
Okay, never mind. Chiori's already told her about it.
ご丁寧に縄で縛り付けてあげたじゃない。行き届いたサービスだと思うけど。まあそういうことにしておこう。今日のところは譲っておく。まあまあ、ここにいる人はみんな友達なわけだし、これからみんなでご飯に行かない？スピナディロースだがおごるから。私はいい。まだ処理をしないといけない手続きがたくさんあるのでな。みんなで楽しんできてくれ。そうだ、しおり。ここに来る途中、ベンゲルさんに会った。お前への伝言を預かってる。はいはい。どうせすまないとか謝ってたんでしょ。わざわざ伝えてくれなくても結構。日を改めて彼の店に行って笑ってやるつもりだから。当たりだ。彼のことをよく知ってるみたいだな。君にもお礼を言っておくわ、シュブルーズ。当たり前のことをしたまでだ。それともう一つだけ言わせてもらおう。さっきのパフォーマンスは素晴らしかった。当然でしょ。さあ、打ち上げに参加する人は回る右して、私についてきてちょうだい。旅人、パイモン、景色のいいところでちょっと待っててくれる？ナビアには少し遅れるって言っとくから。君たちに渡したいものがあるの。景色のいいところ？あそこだな。わかったぞ。うん、すぐ行くから。
Well, I guess we're going back to the same spot, I assume. Oh no, it's a different spot, I think. Is it a different spot? Probably is. Oh no, it is the same spot. I recognize this.
お待たせ。そんなに待ってないぞ。でも、なんでわざわざここで渡すんだ？はい、これ。受け取って。
Super Baldo Reset.
これって、ブローチか？お？しおり屋のロゴだな。ん？オイラの分もあるのか？まだ2つしか作ってないのよ。いろいろ考えたけど、いや今回君たちにはかなり助けられたでしょ。それにずっと一緒にいてくれたしね。本当にありがとう。君たちの信頼に応えるためにも絶対に負けちゃいけないってそう自分に言い聞かせてたのよ。でも一番の功労者はやっぱり千織だぞ。違うの。これだけははっきり言える。夢に向かって長年走り続けてきて気づいたことがあるの。自分自身の信念や忍耐も重要だけど、一番大切なのは支え合える仲間だってことにね。一人でできることはたかが知れてる。もし今回君たちが助けてくれなかったら、私は本当に何もかも失ってたかもしれない。それはちょっと大げさじゃないか。それよりファッションショーでお前が言ってたこと、確かにこれだけはじゃそうだって。
Okay, we good? Yes, we are. I'll probably try. I'll try to get the game of the Rich quest done on my own time, because I believe this quest chain is very fucking annoying. So I'll have to do that on my own at some point. Okay, I think that'll do it for this stream then. Did a little bit of questing, got some chores done in Genshin anyway. I'll probably need to do some of these weeklies, but those should be okay. Yeah, did some questing, did weeklies, did Abyss, finished the this event here, the phase reaction event. So yeah. Alrighty, chat. I'm gonna call it here for tonight. I'll be back hopefully tomorrow, unless I feel like I need to work on like a video or something, which could happen. Oh, Selly's voice actress is streaming. It looks like her stream got pretty big. That's cool. Cause I remember back when Selly's voice actress first started streaming, she didn't have that many viewers, but seems like she's been able to pop off her stream. That's good to hear, or that's good to see. Okay. I'll go send you guys over to Sweetly again. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, everybody. Appreciate y'all hanging out and just chatting with me about random shit, gachas and whatnot. So I'm gonna send you guys over to Miss Sweetly's stream as usual. And yeah, catch you guys hopefully tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll do Star Rail, or if I don't stream tomorrow, then the next stream will be Star Rail. So we'll go farm some Star Rail shit. We're not going to do 2.1 story just yet. Maybe later. But, or at a later date. But yeah, tomorrow I'm going to go through Simulated Universe. Maybe we'll try to farm some better Izumo Gensei pieces for Acheron. Specifically an attack percent planar. But yeah, other than that, have a good rest of your night, chat. Or wherever you guys are. And we'll see you guys next time. Peace.